Okay, we should be live. We are here with more Diablo 2. Hopefully everyone's doing alright today. I woke up late, that's why you saw me organizing my inventory at the start of stream. During the starting soon screen. But I have coffee, I have water, I have grapes, oddly enough today. No protein, I should probably do that soon after this, because waking up on pure sugar is not always the best of ideas. That's essentially what this is. It's water and sugar. But we are currently on a zealot form right now. Ta-da! We can kind of swap around on our stuff. We should be all right with the setup. I haven't changed much. I still haven't put anything into that set phase blade, which this is an interesting one, but we need probably runes for it to make it really worthwhile. We need ignore target defense because our attack rating is so low right now because we can't really gear out for it with the stuff that I currently have. We can get decent, but not great attack rating. Right now our attack rating is a grand total of 5,200. So it's not that great. We should probably be looking at upgrading our gloves with some of our recipes. A lot of those take runes we don't have or runes that I'm unwilling to spend. So we're not going to be doing that just yet. Same for the helmet. Could go resist on it, but I don't want to mess up this Roderick crest until we find another one. Main reason being, this is going to get a lot of usage. We could use a Guillaume's, but it's not going to be something that we're going to be focusing that much on. Crushing Blow is a little bit important to us. We actually have a decent chance of it, though. So Crushing Blow percent chance right now should be almost max, if not max. Yeah, 77% chance of Crushing Blow. Which is not bad. I forget what quest we were doing. Can I have my... Oh, I'm pressing one key over because I am not awake yet. Okay, so we're heading for Black Marsh. I didn't remember what quest we were on because we did Divinity since then twice. Oh no. Enemies, whatever will we do besides decimate them? Yeah, ignore target defense. Really good against trash mobs, not so good against act bosses. We're going to be chewing on act bosses a little bit more than pretty much anything else. Because our chance to hit them is going to be absolute ass. But other than that, we should be pretty healthy. I don't know what player count we are on. I think we might be on players 1. I'm not positive on that. I need to go double check. At least it feels like players 1. Players... Yeah, we're on players 1. It would have shown a change there if we were not. So players 1, generally that's going to be what we're going through hell on. We could bump it up to players 8 for a bit more XP here and there, but... I'm fine either way. I think we kind of proved that we got through freaking Nightmare using Holy Firedin to be reasonable enough. And are you actually... Yeah, you are going after him there. Good job. And yes, she can even kill stuff on players 1. Ha ha ha. But yeah, for the most part, our physical paladin should be able to... At least with Crescent Moon, make it all the way through hell. The only thing that's going to probably get in our way, if I had to take a wild guess, is the fact that enemies are spongier in this mod. Pretty sure we already have that. Unless, I'm going to put it in there just in case. I think I offloaded one, but that might be one we picked up at the end of last session. I'm fairly certain we already have Cathans, but I need to go through and organize my inventories. It's not going to be that big of a problem right now, but... And do I need this waypoint? I wouldn't mind this waypoint. Mainly because this waypoint would actually give me access to Countess runs. Yes, her drops are not as good as they could be. Okay, so I think that guy's the source of might. We need to just kill the bosses. Yeah, he was the source of might. There is another boss in here. It's that one. Please stop dying, mercenary. I should be more careful with her, but she's not really necessary to our strategy anymore. If I felt like re-equipping them, I would switch to an Act 2 mercenary. Mainly because an Act 2 mercenary right now would be able to give me might or blessed aim, either of which is pretty much an improvement over... It's not a massive improvement, it's a minor improvement over her inner sight. And yes, we are keeping this one especially, because that's resist and damage that are both pretty nice quantities. I do wonder how well we'll do. Ooh, that could actually be better for her. I do wonder how we'll actually do against... That's actually not that bad. It's not great. It's not terrible. I think we stick with this for now. Yeah, it's going to be faster. But slows target would be... Oh, she already has slows target. Durr. I'm a moron. We're going to keep that anyway. And roll it into a unique or something. Because that would be Blood Ravens. Yeah, it'll take me about 15 minutes to completely wake up. So, apologies for that. I'll be doing this is the start of a stream. Brain power, so. And then we'll be back in it. You bastards. I know she's not essential to me, but I always feel bad when the mercenaries die. Full plate mail, that should be Tancred's, of all things. Turtle shell. So it's a hero and a half shell, you say? We don't even have enough strength to equip it. That is how skilled we are. Mwahaha.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
And yes, we do have plenty of gold. That's the wrong tab, Alzorath. Oh, and I can't identify in the stash, can I? Okay, Kane. We rescued you for a reason. Okay, Cathin's bloody yada yada. Attack rating small charm is absolute garbage. That rare ring is not awful, but not good. So it's going to get sold. That's going to get sold. That's going to get kept. We keep any skill large charms, just in case we want to build something with it. Sorry. And this is going to be stashed in here, just in case we want to turn it into something. We do still have one unique and two set ones there. We have plenty of rare things and plenty of socketing ones. We could socket this, now that I think about it. You know what? Let's do that. We could slap an rune in it. That would solve the rest of our resist issues. Oh no, that put two sockets in it. Yes, that absolutely does resolve our resist issues. So, we have 4 of. That's fine. Definitely gonna put 1 in there. I was only expecting 1 socket. We're only gonna put 1 in there for now. You see, that does pretty much solve my resist issues. I don't need to go that far above max, because conviction, while yes, it is a pain in the ass, is not that common. Yes, we'll start replenishing mana while I'm doing this. Okay, those are all at 100. There we go. And yes, each time I come to town, I have to organize this stuff. Otherwise, my inventory is just overwhelmed. Overwhelmed? I don't... Where's the realm coming from? I don't know. Realm of the Damned. But yeah, I get overwhelmed as far as just junk filling on my stuff. Which is never pleasant. There's a set we were wanting from this. I don't think I'm going to bother with it right now. I can find more rare Soleils. They're pretty common. Salad. However you want to pronounce it. It doesn't actually matter. People know what you are talking about. As long as it's not something that's easily confused with another word, I personally don't have that many problems with mispronunciations unless it is in a mocking manner. And even if it's in a mocking manner of like my accents and stuff like that, I don't mind it that much. It's one of those things that's like, okay, I know what you're talking about. Communication was effective. Good job. There's no need to be pedantic about it. And yes, there are various ways that I use to memorize weird names. Because I am already awful with names. We got another Kuhop. Can I pick that up? Thank you. Not that something that we are going to use on this character, but hey, we're eventually going to have an assassin. Having 20 million different choices for assassin weapons is not a bad thing. Vengeance, of all things. Faster cast rate, so that's a trapper one, sort of? But the enhanced weapon damage. What? Fine. Whatever. Keep your weird balances. Is that an on-strike? Yeah, that's a Nova on-striking. Huh? Probably gonna go the off-brand Mosaic route, honestly, for a lot of this stuff. We have several off-brand Mosaic claws. If you're wondering what I'm referencing to that with that is ones that have a chance to keep charges. It's a feature added with Mosaic in one of the later resurrected patches. I think it was 2.5 or 6. Not like they've actually done any updating since then. Sorry, I'm not cynical that Blizzard decided not to follow through with what they said. They're a major corporation. They never follow through with what they say. So many of these companies just do not. Like, we're going to support it into the future. No, you're not, because it doesn't have microtransactions. We already knew this. Just disappointing. Of course. How long has it been since Blizzard has not been disappointing? Pretty much as it stands, I would have to say, and this is using very vague ratings here, unfortunately, because that's all that's available for these kind of things. I pretty much am of the opinion that it's not really worth getting hyped by things released by AAA studios these days. I know. Surprising, huh? But there's very few games that come from them that aren't just solely maximizing profits. And yes, businesses need to make money. That is a no shit comment. But, oh yeah, I actually, well, before we talk too much about making money, I need to actually start uploading something. I don't know why that reminded me of that. Create, upload, select today's video, which will be coming out in a few hours. Hopefully it finishes rendering up. There we go, it's uploading. But, yes, I make money on videos. Oh no, but I don't make them solely for that. If I did that, you want to know what I would do if I was making videos solely to make money? I would make crappy crypto videos. Or I would make investing videos. You want to know why? Generally speaking, the people who go and watch a bunch of those videos are much easier to get to just throw money at shit. That's why advertisers will pay upwards of like $20-something per 1,000 views for videos on that. It's crazy amounts of money. But that's because a lot of the people who watch a lot of that stuff are gullible. It's not because they're great investors or have a lot of money. It's that they burn a lot of money and they're quickly separated with that money. And I hate to say that, but That has been my experience with most of the people who watch a bunch of stuff like that. Either way, but yeah, big corporations are all about maximizing profit usually, rather than making the products that do the best. And over the past about 20 years, I mean, this was even present when I was in university 20 plus years ago, there was a tendency of companies and even just like new businesses to not look for sustainability, but instead look for sell plans. Essentially, what you're building up is a company that gets a lot of profit early on, looks really good on paper, just so you can sell it to another company. They'll strip it, shut it down, move on, repeat. That is what a lot of schools were starting to teach. I personally actually butted heads with one of my professors over that. He claimed he was doing the Harvard method, but he was not. Coffee, it does a body good. Really doesn't, but I can say that. Because I am not a medical doctor, and this is not a medical claim. Ha ha! I know, dumb joke. And I don't mind going out of my way to kill stuff in here. We're not going the right way. Unless this turns up, and we just got really dumb and lucky, this is not the right way. It is not the right way, because it's a dead end. No, the exit to this place is going to be going up to the northwest. The hallway leading up to it, that is. The actual door can be on the northeastern side. The thing is, it's going to be... It's probably... No, it's not right there, but it's going to be going along like this path right there. It does. That's just a connector. That's actually not even a connector. It's a void! But these are good enemies to kill. Oh, ugh. Wall there. I'm just glad there's less just blanket immunes in this. Physical resist. I would much rather an enemy overtly absorb an element than be immune to it, oddly enough. I don't know why, it's just what my brain prefers. It feels more thematic. Like, if an enemy's made of fire, they're not just going to not care about fire. They're going to be like, ooh, food. And go after it, but... Huzzah. And I can understand immunities. I would much rather have, like, high resists. But that's just me. That is my personal preference. High resists or absorbs. And it just feels better to me. Even in turn-based RPGs. That might be why I prefer it. And look, it was exactly how I said it would be. Oh, getting that waking up before I go too deep into this. Well, we know where it is, because we can see it. The entrance to it is going to be on the right side of that room. Well, there goes our mercenary. What did you encounter over here? Oh, a bitch. A real bitch. Ow. Can I go forward around that? Thank you. I still... It's communicated better in the original, by the way. The lack of gap there. Can I please not pick up everything on my way to kill these idiots? Because they keep running the fuck away. There. Off of my inventory. Do I bother getting the mercenary? Yes. Yes, I do. Just close that for a moment. There we go.
Greetings.
It'll keep uploading. I just need to make a thumbnail for it after stream. If it starts getting too late, I will just make a thumbnail for it in the middle of stream, but I'd rather not. I forgot to upload it last night. It's the Wandering Tower TD. Basically, the video that's coming out today on Let's Play Everything. I had an interesting adventure recording it. I got sent a press key for the full version. And they said, well, currently the demo's only available, blah, 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 blah. Usually, whenever that's the case, the press version, which is on the main path, as well as the actual demo, are the same. Usually. In this case, it was not. In this case, I think I was accessing the beta version of it. That was still buggy as all get out. Or it might have been just the initial release demo version. You get him, mercenary. But yeah, I actually had to go download the actual demo, which, and in the end, the demo is pretty solid. I hope that they port over the demo patches to the press version. Otherwise, there's going to be some really confused people. Because I guarantee you most, hate to say this about some of my other creators, a lot of them are not technically minded, is the nicest way I can say it. There are a number of people that are not technically minded, so they don't end up, it's going to be down, but I don't think this is going to be the right path. I'm not super technically minded. I am technically minded enough that I can usually work my way around some like weird, oh, we forgot to do X jank kind of stuff. And just continue on. About the furthest I'll do is sometimes I'll have to do like a save edit, but that was only, I want to say I've done that twice. Might have done it more than that, but there's only 2 instances that come to mind. And one was to get past a bug that I was able to get them to fix before launch in a game, and is it the other one? It is! Yay! Now we have both set phase blades. We could dual phase blade a freaking barbarian. But yeah, I can only think of 2 games I've done. The one that stands out the most is the one that I had to edit the save to get to the next level because there was a bug that was preventing progression, and I sent them a note on how to fix the bug. That was it. It was just not updating a flag. Another one was, well, the other one was to get past a lockout too, and that one was just because the level would not complete. They fixed the bug before release on that one too. But yeah, generally speaking, I'll do it if I need to get it within a very limited time frame for the review, so I can get to the rest of the stuff. But very rarely do I have to actually do any kind of editing like that. Usually it's just, in the case of Expedition 33, it was turn on Steam Overlay. You generally go through a specific list of like testing things, and there's a lot of people that don't know or even have a list of things like that. There's some that'll do look for a config file. That's one of the basic ones you can do, yes. Usually it's not that. And weirdly enough, that is one of the ones that I do first. And I probably shouldn't. Technically, right now my process is usually verify integrity of files. If there's an issue, then I go into looking for config files. If a config file is present, I will try to set it to known good settings or to safe settings. Try to adjust things. Like sometimes, one good example of it is if you change the resolution of a game and it crashes, you want to try and find the config file to change the resolution back. That's a common problem, especially on demos. Oddly enough, I don't usually see it on release versions, but it can be there, especially if it's a smaller studio. If it's an indie studio, like we're talking 2 or 3 people, you can almost guarantee they won't have the manpower to do like full test suites unless they've done automation of some sort, which in and of itself is a challenge. Automated testing is not always easy to do, but generally speaking, if they're only testing at 1080p, but they're trying to support 1440p, 4K, stuff like that, you can sometimes run into issues where, oh no, the menu doesn't show up at this higher resolution because some random ass bug. We got another Rodache. I don't know how to pronounce that. Grip of the Gorgon. Yeah. That's why we have might. This is gonna hurt like a truck. Ah, yep, called it. Jesus. I shouldn't have just face tanked that. I should have charged. I don't know if we're gonna get our body back from that one. Because we were right in the middle of a bunch of ghosts. Faster cast rate might be worth it. We'll keep that one. The rest of these, keep you just in case we want to do like a gold find gimmicky nonsense. Yes, we're gonna go get our body back. Don't worry. I just am not looking forward to it. Okay, so you guys just sitting there. We have both the set blades there. That can get sold. That'll get some money back at least. You get kept. You get put into the trash, Jules. It's that right there. I could have used one of those in the actual fight. I probably should use these. You know, instead of hoarding them like a weirdo. It is one of those things that's like, okay, yes, I should have them. There. Now we'll have a row of them. I will be able to press 4 to explore. Do I bother equipping random stuff? No. We can kite stuff around. It's not a problem.
Good day.
Do you find it interesting that while we don't have... Yeah, why are we not zeroing out our mana with those? Intriguing. Maybe it has something to do with not having gear? It's very possible. It could just very possibly be linked to not having gear on. And you might hear slight crunches every now and then. I am eating grapes. Mainly because that was the quickest thing I could grab. I don't have any jerky left. Not that I should be eating a lot of jerky either. I mean, grapes are a bunch of sugar, jerky's a bunch of salt. Choose one. But no, usually I try to have a quick snack. I'm trying to think what else there is in the house. I could do apples and cheese. That probably would have been the better one, but then I would have had to be a little bit later because I would cut the apple. Because biting into the side of an apple while streaming, while I have done it, is not an easy task without everybody hearing the gosh darn apple. My apologies. I try not to eat in you guys' ears because I would not want to hear that myself. I didn't want to pick that up as a weapon. I wanted to see if it had anything there. It did not. Oh, here we go. 2 more levels. Thankfully, we killed everything along the way. And no, I am not going to be picking up stuff to fight for my body. I am not a dumbass. I am, however, stubborn. So they're dumbass and stubborn are not too far apart. Okay, we might lose mercenary while grabbing our body, but that's actually fine. Okay, so can she go in there and possibly bait a couple of them? There's one. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back. Want to bring him over here. Come on. Or she can just kill them all. That's fine, too. I think I forget. We actually do 500 damage. Okay, so that's a minion. Come on. There's the one we don't like. Oh, that would also be why. Lovely. Amp damage sucks. Okay, so we almost have a clear path. I'm going to try and get her out of there. Oh, nope. She might die. She's going to die. Yeah, that amp damage is a problem. But we did get rid of... I think we got rid of the boss, or we separated it out from the group. That can go in there. We can go ahead and put that down there. You ever wonder how to get your body back? Usually you just... Oh, God. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, the boss is dead, too. We should be fine to possibly even help ourselves. Get back off of my body, you son of a... That's what goes through my brain whenever we are doing stuff like that, is just the charges and the yells with each run at their face. It's just what pops in my head. It's like, you stupid piece of crap. Because of all the knockback and stuff. Okay, so... go ahead and fill up 3 rows, and then we'll put those into the 4th. That's fine. Identify you, because we can. 30 mana. Ooh, would be handy. That's kind of contradictory there. It'd be... I'm trying to think of who would use this. I mean, the mana is great. The mana alone is reason enough to use this, but the weapon cold damage, I don't think... The only thing I can think of is a Frost Maiden. That is actually kind of a crappy spear. It's not bad, it's just meh. We have seen better spears. And yes, her minions can go through the door, she cannot. I kind of want to get these archers out of there. With that conviction, they can be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Because that drops my defense down. Actually, the reason it's not a bad small charm, I'm going to defend this, is because that plus 30 mana... Oh, in this mod, the charms can roll better, yes. But from a mathematical perspective, that charm is added before any percent boosts. So that 30 turns into crazy amounts. It's the same reason why you'll use things like the plus 100 mana frickin' rings. If you're wondering why. And I actually haven't seen any small runes. I mean, small charm, yes, small charms that had more than that so far. I've seen some big charms that had some good stuff, but I haven't seen a more than 30 mana small charm. I don't know what the cap is in the mod. Is there actually even a prefix list for the mod? I know there is for vanilla. I suppose I could go look at the wiki. I have it open. Haha. Charms. Does it actually tell me anything? Oh, that's just unique charms and stuff like that. Yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah, I don't see a list of charm prefixes on here anywhere. I might just be missing them, though. How's it going, Adam, by the way? I am almost awake.
Greetings.
Gotten quite a treasure there. And yes, I finally have full rejuves because we're doing melee still. I'm going to regret life if I don't. Oh, and we got our other phase blade. If you hadn't known. Got Summer Sword and Soul Reaver. We have Soul. L and F. And we can go ahead and pull our ring in there. We're going to end up with way more terror keys than any of the others, because frankly, I don't like dealing with Neelathak. Suppose we could set up a Rest in Peace build just for it, but I'm not going to use it personally. Almost 9 p.m. Ah. Welcome to the other side of the world. Oh, that's fine. There's a few streamers I know who are in a similar time zone. I watch a lot of Australian streamers, by the way. I need to actually get up early and start like seeing who all's streaming at that time still. I know a few who actually stay up like super late their time just to be on the US and European schedule, which is always makes me feel bad. It's like, it's 2 a.m. and you're streaming. You should be sleeping. Now I'm feeling bad for you. Let's go with none of these. Just ended work. Yeah, I very rarely have actually worked normal hours when doing a 9 to 5. I've only, the closest to 9 to 5 I've had would be 5:30 to, like, it was like 5:30 to 3:30, and usually I didn't get to leave until like 4 because my managers were incompetent. I was technically a manager as well, but I was still one of those I have to report to someone above me kind of managers for that. Because most of what I was doing for that last, like, between easily 2 and 4 o'clock was, one, cleaning up my departments because they didn't give me any. That was back when I didn't have anybody under me. But they didn't give me the manpower, and if they did hire people for me, they ended up giving them to other people, like front end and stuff like that. So I'd have, oh, you have 2 employees according to the list. No, I don't. They're always cashiers. But that was just me griping a little bit. But yeah, that was the closest to a 9 to 5 I had. And yes, it was retail. Basically, they hired people under mine so that they wouldn't have to hire people for the higher pay grades. I know, shitty, huh? Because I didn't get to set my wages. Otherwise, I would have made them higher. That way, I could be stealing from other people. I'd have rather had just one person getting paid decent. Because all I needed my people to do was clean up, because yes, my departments were actually prone to not necessarily vandalism so much as children. Fine, I will stop caring about the mercenary. She is just not doing anything. She is helping. I'm being snarky there, but 50 grand a pop. She's getting expensive. YouTube seems to be acting up. Let me go ahead and pop that over. Wouldn't surprise me. Hopefully Twitch isn't acting up too. I have been having problems with Twitch for the past week as a user. I'm actually not even lurking right now. I should be trying to, but for the past... There we go. That's what I can lurk in. But yeah, I haven't even been lurking for the most part, simply because it's been fighting me by basically giving me error 2000s and the... Please, Windows, stop. God's sake, I don't want to just... If I'm laying it out myself, I want it to be laid out how I want it laid out. There we go. Woosah. Woosah. But yeah, it's been kicking me out of chat randomly, and it's been giving me error 2000. YouTube streaming. I don't actually watch that much YouTube streaming. Sorry to anybody who streams only on YouTube. I know a few people who do, and if they alert me, I'll show up, but generally speaking, both platforms have been having issues. YouTube was lagging earlier. Only issues I've been having on YouTube lately have been it refreshing videos in the middle of me watching them. Like, I'll be about 10 minutes through a video, and I think it thinks I'm not watching, and it'll just refresh and try to play the starting ad again if I don't have ad block on. And no, I don't always have ad block on YouTube. Generally speaking, unless I am involved in the development of a channel or possibly like close enough friends or interacting with the channel that it might be an issue for me to watch their ads, I don't have ad block on. At least not on my computer. I have to kind of be specifying about that. On my laptop, I will sometimes just turn on ad block if it's going to be like set something up for while I'm sleeping, because I do not want to be woken up by a freaking... I hate where I live. I get Trump ads still, which makes me want to like strangle people. You do not know me very well if you are sending me those kind of ads. I don't want to be advertised to by pretty much the most horrible person in the last 60 years. That's an exaggeration. I don't know if he's the most horrible person. There's some pretty shitty mass murderers that are pretty close to him, though. And by pretty close, I mean they're not quite as bad as him. Not the other way around. Let's see.
The light cannot pierce this gloom.
I would say probably Kim Jong-un might be worse. Have I changed build? Yes, I am. Physical. Physical. Getting physical. Yeah, I am fanaticism and zeal. Just straight plain nonsense. Mainly because we just weren't keeping up on damage, and I needed the physical damage for Leech. Just so I wouldn't be like halfway down on life with low stuff. But we did get up to hell difficulty on Holy Fire, so on Player's 8 of all things. It's not like we did horrible. I think that's gonna be an extra strong. Yep. Thankfully, we do enough elemental damage, it doesn't matter. You were using Sundering Potions with Holy Fire since you had tons of gold to spare? Ah, yeah, that would work too. I keep forgetting those are a thing, and refreshing them is... It's probably not that bad. I forget how long of a duration they have. And Mercenary, why did you just charge into the middle of that nonsense? 'Cause I can. God damn it, Mercenary. Where's the other one? There you are. I think if I had better gear, I'd probably do that more often. 30 seconds took a slot in your belt. Ah. Yeah, belt slot for those wouldn't be too terrible.
Yes?
Instead, I'm spending all my money on my mercenary. It's not like we're short of money, but I will need to dump some over to him to keep resurrecting her. And yes, I am still crunching on grapes. I have a bowl full of them. Will I finish them by the end of stream? I don't know. Personally, as long as the mercenary doesn't go like kamikaze like she keeps doing, I don't need to resurrect her that often. It's just that she keeps running into the middle of enemies. Let's see. You're full of golds, 8 characters in a shared stash, all full. Yep. If I didn't just gamble whenever we get full, I would probably be the same. I would probably have to start stacking it on mules. Of course he revived idiots. There you go. This is probably not the right way. What are you? I heard something. I think it's on the other side of the door, yeah. I have to say the splash charm, pretty busted. We can't upgrade it to max, but we have it fairly well upgraded, and needless to say, anything that swarms me doesn't swarm me. Sure, I'll take a resist poison shrine. This is feeling very wrong. But yeah, a bunch of extra. The gold in this is ridiculous, even. I'm pretty sure they've upped it quite a bit. I think it was I think they've basically made 2 things to make it more reasonable for melee characters. One being, of course, higher durability on gear, but the other one being just the never-ending deluge of gold. Didn't know what to gamble. Used to use orbs rather often to get gear and equipments. I have been getting a decent number of the Return It Rare orbs. I have not been getting a decent number of the set or unique orbs. Otherwise, I would use them more often. Because I'm pretty sure they are used in... I'm going to go take that. I'm pretty sure they're used in a number of... recipes. Sorry for brain shutting off there for a second. I should probably up Charge's damage just so we can actually get a real good punch from it. Right now, it is currently only sitting at 2400, which is less than Zeal. They actually drop more often than normal. Not sure why. When you play new characters, that's where you get them mostly. So I should be doing players 8 normal, just sweeping it. It's actually not hard to do. That's the stairs. I want the malice. Why? Because I'm stubborn. Should I want the malice? Not really. It doesn't do anything for us. We have turned things rare orbs for days. And that's the malice right there. No, it's not, actually. For some reason, I was thinking this was the long wall and it was going to be over there. But yeah, I could go through and clear normal. I was noticing that we get more of things like the socketing orbs and stuff like that in terror zones. So that could also be one of the settings. I would have to go through and like manually test it. Right now we're just developing our first impressions. Socketing orbs only drop in terror and in hell. Okay. Goodbye, mercenary. Oh, goodbye me. Jesus.
This will help the sisters turn the tide against.
Downside of zeal is you actually end up zapping your ally. Yeah, I've only found, I think, 2 socketing orbs total across 2 characters. That's just going to get sold anyway. That's going to go to her. Let's go ahead and load up our runes. Tal. Tier. Should I bother picking up all the runes? No, but I'm gonna. That's sell. That's... actually, no, we need them for crafting, so we'll just throw them in here. There you go. Doubt there's going to be anything we want there.
Good day.
I haven't gotten one that has teleport when struck, oddly enough. And also, another thing I'm noticing. Watch my mouse. There is a dead zone all around here, but it's like the square for this is just like part of the gray area. If you notice, it works there, but not like there, which is mildly disconcerting. It's a low-level unique longbow. Cool. For you, the bottom part of the stash became non-usable, like down here. Haven't gotten it yet, but I could see that definitely being a thing. I'm not sure where that bug would be coming from is the thing. Feels like a very odd one. It's a strange one, Mr. Grinch. Yeah, I could use charge to go through here quicker. Not gonna, because it uses up all the mana. Like, I think... it's not that bad. Not with, our current setup, I guess. I suppose I should be using that for fast moves.
No place for a warrior to die.
Get some faster run walk? I could. But then I'd be giving up a lot of power. Mercenary, don't die to those guys. Thank you. Yoink, yoink. Oh, and I used up one of my full rejuves. Oh, no. And yes, I am intentionally walking at times. Because if there's archers down here, I'd rather block them. Upgrade slots. I do have them on boots. Don't remember. Actually, there probably is faster run walk on the recipes, and I just kind of ignored it because I was probably looking for resists. Let's go for, where is it? I could have sworn there. It's cube recipes, upgrade recipes. That's not the one I'm looking for. It should. There it is. Item upgrades. Go for boots. Faster run walk is Nephrunes. That's not bad. I might consider it. One that uses infusion orbs. 10%. The soul rune one. That might not be unreasonable. I think I'm probably going to focus in on that more on... Oh, geez. Please, mercenary, can you not just stand there? Thank you. That's not a place we need to even be going. Got him. There are a few enemies out there. Wow, that took a while for that potion to show up. Jeez. That was easily about half a second delay between pressing the potion and actually getting the graphic for it. Ew. Go ahead and grab some healing then. And yes, I am just walking right now, just for block purposes. That's going to be a dead end. This is going to be a dead end as well, but I'll clear it out because it doesn't have grates. Actually, no, it's not. It's a transition one, is it? Isn't it? Yeah, it's waypoint. That's fine. Yeah, whenever it's more than 2 of them in here, it goes to something. And as far as the layout of this place goes, we're getting a weird one, unfortunately. Because it's going to be down here. It's not that weird. It's basically we go down through here and that's going to be the stairs. Up there, by the way, is a double boss pack. Even though we only physically saw one, I know that there's 2 up there because that is a spawn point for the lightning enchanted bastard. Fun fact, those guys are actually leechable. Don't like amp damage. It sucks. Been a while since I haven't had a chest there. Thank you. Yes, I was waiting on that. The dual pack up there on the first floor. It's not always a dual pack, but it is a tainted boss pack up there. Very commonly lightning enchanted. I think he is always lightning enchanted. I could be misremembering. I don't ever fight him. Oh, leechable? I'm pretty sure they are. They're just physical immune. It's the... A lot of the ghostly ones are not. But am I misremembering? I might actually be misremembering. I don't always have perfect recollection. There is one unit like that is leechable. Yeah, immunity causes you not to be able to leech off of them. And obviously, if you have, say, like, life tap or something like that, which is one reason I kind of want exile, you can actually leech off of even, like, skeletons. But technically, that's not leeching, that is damage converting to health. But which is stupid that that's a separate thing, but it is. Yeah, they're physical immune, which prevents leech. Because you're not able to do any physical damage to them. Okay, as far as the path goes, I forgot what exit direction I think we were southwest exit. Yeah, immune, like, if you can't do physical damage, you can't get life off them, so far, small charms, the close combat characters, you rather stack life on hit, those can roll on small charms. Yeah, I technically have two of them, but I have one of them on me. I didn't, oh wait, no, I have both of them on me. Yeah, both life per hits on me. Oh, we got a Maul rune off of just patiently waiting. Cool. So glad they can't open doors. But yeah. That'll give you the red spiral. Whenever you're leeching off of something, I'll get a blue spiral too, though. Got him. I think I just picked up some trash. Because I didn't turn on no pickup. Ooh, here they go. As you can see, I have a blue. Whenever I'm hitting them. That means that I am actually doing proper leech on them. It's just one of those little things that's kind of weird about the game. What set ring is it? It is... Ooh. We have not gotten that one before. Cool. One step closer to the jeweled set, or whatever it's called. I didn't actually look at the title of the set. I just saw the jeweled circlet. We've gotten so many jeweled circlets, though. Jesus. Yeah, we just need the diamond necklace now. We'll have that entire set. We've gotten close to completing a few sets. It's just a matter of getting all the items. And my fan keeps I have, probably gonna be disturbing. I have like 2 hairs on one of my knuckles. Yeah, I know that's horrible. But if the fan turns a certain way, it feels like something's crawling across my finger at that point. Which makes me go, ah! And jump and think there's something crawling on me. Vampire Crusade. That feels like a caster. Yeah, they're 2 tiny hairs. You actually have to be looking for them, otherwise it just looks like not even a freckle. But, yeah. I do not have hairy hands. It's just I have a couple hairs on my hand. It's one of the few parts of me that is not like Sasquatch. Thankfully. As you get older, hair recedes in some locations and grows in others. But I have been lucky so far that while some of my hair has thinned a little bit, I'm not balding yet, thankfully. No, my uncles, none of my uncles balded. My cousin did. My grandpa didn't, and neither did my biological father. Even my bio father was barely thinning in his 60s. So, didn't get to see past that, but... Go ahead and murder them all, mercenary. I just love the lack of blanket immunes in this. I can, like, fiddle through my inventory and see what we have. But yeah, this one right here seems interesting to me. It doesn't have plus skills, which is the only thing that doesn't really work for me. But otherwise, it's interesting. This just feels like it's going to be Arathos 2.0. Although it doesn't have as many resists on all the gear. So it might not be exactly like Arathos. It might be a stat set. Oh no, you got hit and you panicked there, mercenary. It's fine. You're not dead. We can come over here and let him out. It's fine. Okay, this one is not a straight path one. We're on jail level 3. Oops. That one was my fault. And we might... I'm just trying to think what else we might be getting that the mana swirls from, because... Yeah, I don't think there's anything. We don't have mana per hit. We're definitely not leeching as much from them, but that's because they are physically resistant. I think they probably, if I had to take a guess based on how much damage they're taking, they're probably a good 80 or 90% physically resist. And I'll put the rest in here for reviving her, so I don't have to keep doing that. Malrune. We're actually not sitting on too many of those, which is kind of weird for me. Pole runes are the one that I always get dropped a ton of. It started dropping me a decent amount of fall all of a sudden, but pole rune, for some reason, I am a magnet for them whenever I play Diablo. I don't know why. It's a bit of an oddity, but it's fine. And I should probably have him identify that. Hi, guy. Thank you, 0 mana. That can get sold anyway. Yeah, the amulet also gives all resists. They do seem to recognize that, yes, the shift to, like, screw you on resists in hell by giving you an extra 20% off is probably going to cause some people not to get the resist. So I'm seeing a lot more resist items, a lot more sources of resist all. I am seeing a lot more magic resist too, which we don't have right now, but is a good thing. I don't want to have to go down here. But there's a well. Well, I'm debating whether to even use these. Mal actually dropped rather often for you? Yeah. I'm going by, like, vanilla. rates. But yeah, they're not terribly uncommon runes, even in vanilla. It's just I always get pull. Pull is like my mid-rune Tau for me. It's one of those that I just see way too damn often to where I almost don't even pick it up anymore. Unless I start to run below, like, 40. Let's see. I should probably actually look at the map. It's gonna be a right turn. Everything is a right turn. It is, generally speaking, it's gonna be on a top right wall. There is... Actually, no, there isn't one that isn't on a top right wall. There's one that sits on a pillar in the middle of a room. That is the only one, and it's also on a top right wall, but it's on the top right facing wall of the pillar. Brains, they work. Not at all. And there it is. Yeah, there's this one. There is... And then there's one that forms in the middle of the room with the these stairs on that side of it. Are they down here? They are not. This room is going to kill our mercenary. Oh, now this is just feeling ominous. Game. It's been a while since I've come in here and not had swarms. Sorry, mercenary. I knew you were gonna die in here. This amp damage is a bitch.
I am overburdened.
You are not overburdened. You just picked a bunch of shit up. You moron. Actually, I will take that. Great Helm, Diamond. I hear a ghost. I do not see a ghost. We got through.
That is great.
It was very ominous walking in here and not having enemies storming the door. I almost always have enemies storming that door.
Yes.
Okay, charm-wise, faster block rate, not worth it. Poison guy is just going to go there. We might do something with that later, probably not. Fade when you level up is absolute garbage. I mean, I'm not going to use it on this character, at least. It's interesting. Not more plus skill sources, too. Let's go ahead and dump you in there. We've got just the right amount of gems for the dumb joke. I will do my skills.
Hello.
Stat-wise, we're still at 75% block with the shield up, so we go for a Vitalita. Shield. Make it last longer. A 5-minute shield is not bad. I need them to be a little bit longer. So this... I'm confused by this. It's 1250 weapon magic damage. Is that not showing on our damage? Because I don't think that's showing on our damage. The 25-1-3. Let's go ahead and just take off a shield. Do I just have to wait for it to expire? I don't think it's actually doing anything. And unless we run across something stupid, we should be fine with Mercenary until we get to Catacombs 3. Though she did take a crap ton of damage there. I need to let that drop off probably so I can see if it's doing anything. I don't think it is. That plus magic damage effect. Okay, so this way then. I keep seeing my fanaticism through the bottom of the sarcophagi. Being like, what the hell is that red glow? Oh, yeah, it's me. Oh, yeah, it's me, the idiot you're looking for. I'm the problem, it's me. No, I don't have sound effects on the stream. I might eventually. I just don't really feel like... I find it distracting. So if I do it, it's going to be muted on my end, and you guys are going to hear it on yours. I know that's kind of a dick thing, but... for me, it's like... especially if I was doing something like, say, Expedition 33, audio in the middle of that would be very distracting, because you need it to know when to parry and stuff like that. You need your audio for a lot of the attacks. And yes, we probably will eventually go caster. I have experimented a little with caster, and that is the stairs already. We need the waypoint, though. Just in case. But for... yeah, for that, I need audio cues to be able to parry properly for a lot of the attacks. There's some that are visual, which threw me off, because I was expecting most, if not all of them, to be audio cue. And there's some that you get the sound effect at a different time in the animation, and it causes the parry window to be different, which is very weird. It is an audio feint. That makes sense. Man, I wonder if there's a boss over there. Oh, Lord. Thankfully, I don't think we have to go that way. There's another one. Cute. Oh, and there's a third one. Great. And we've got conviction on us, which means everything's going to hurt like a fucking truck. Yeah, we got to get rid of the conviction guy. Hopefully he is not... ooh, another 39%. Sweet. Yeah, the conviction guy can be a problem through walls. The holy fire guy, not so much. And it feels like unique rates are up. Oddly enough. Because we get a lot. We don't have a lot of magic find. We currently have... where's our magic find in here? Yeah, 42%. We don't have a big boost. We don't even have, like... target recommended of 100 to 150. We end up getting the crap beat out of us. I'm going to go ahead and hop over to there. Wrong window. There we go. Let's see, Grand Crown, you are Usurper's Ambition. 2 all skills, enhanced defense, experience gain, and magic find. 3 sockets though, excuse me. Means it's not bad. We could pop through this way. Because, no, it won't be here. It is possible through here for it to be that way. I do wonder if they adjusted the unique enemy limits on this as well. And yes, I am an idiot going through with amp damage on me. Let's see. It can possibly be down left. It could also be top left. Nope, no it can't. Never mind. Not top left. Bottom left still possible. And it is. Got all the Act 1 waypoints. We're great.
Good day.
Okay, let's drop some junk off. Okay, so we have 40 and 39 there. Got a 30 and some decent stuff there. How many over 30% do we have? Not very many. I'm just trying to think of what I necessarily want to do with this. It might be shale, FFF, blah, blah, blah. Basically do 6-socket phase blade nonsense that we used to use on the druids. Yeah, it's a good helmet. A little bit high on the strength requirement for what I'd use it for, but it's good. Most +2 skill helms are decent. Especially with 3 sockets in them, you can kind of modify it however you want on top of the enchant stuff, which we don't actually have on this yet. Fanaticism is already a 509%, so this is not. These wouldn't change much off weapon because of how that stuff adds.
Good day.
Unless they change, that might actually be. Let's go check the modifier. Yeah, this might be a bit quirky because they have changed the wording of it. It might not apply at the aura step. In vanilla, the 40% enhanced damage jewels apply at the same. They basically add to your fanaticism. So if I had a 40% jewel on my gear, it'd be 549% ED overall. Whereas if I didn't have like this aura or anything like that, but I just had a really big stick here, like grief or something like that, it would, the 40% would be more important. That's one reason why a lot of Amazons, like multi-shot and stuff like that, will go for 40-15s. Okay, so we have Thol and Ort. Okay. Oh, wrong one. We need to go to the Toon Portal. And yes, I am going to have to bait things out against Andariel. We are not a ton of fire damage anymore. We have a bit, but we don't have a ton. The reason this floor seemed a little bit... There's another pole rune. The reason this floor seemed a bit more threatening to me is because we might have vampires on it. We don't have vampires, I don't have to worry about it. It's possible to not have them, but she will just stand in their fire, which ends up just getting her burned to death. We've got grotesques. I can hear them. Question is, what's the other enemy type we have? I mean, we don't have to find out. Down here is Afflicted, and of course we're going to have Guaranteed Fallen. I like having cold damage. Holy Freeze would be fun in this. Oh, Mercenary. She got stuck. I'm not going to bother resurrecting her for this. She would be handy, but not a necessity. We have one enemy there. Come on. Oh, we have a few. Okay. Come on, you guys. I want you guys to come in here with me. Thank you. Number 2. I know there was more than one of you because you were shooting at me before. Here, come on. Oh no, whatever will I do? Yes, there's more of you. Come on. Mostly I want to lure them down here so I don't have to deal with them whenever I'm fighting Andariel, because I'm not fire damage anymore. Not that she's going to be particularly tough, but because we have Crushing Blow. And that one right there would have gotten us killed because of the amp damage. That is why you always take it with caution. Oh, there's an enemy there. I went to take a drink while the amp damage vanished. Oh. Oh, I thought they were trying Baldur's Gate for the first time. No, they're just doing Baldur's Gate to burn time. That's nice to know. Boop. And yes, Andariel will not care that we're in here until we either hit her or cross these 2 torches. I can do whatever I want in here until then. But, as all things, this too waiting must come to an end. And unfortunately, ignore target defense does not work on her, so you can see we are not hitting super frequently. Ta-da! And a bunch of stuff to throw in one at a time.
My work here is finished.
Just because we can. I always get impatient waiting for her frickin' portal. It takes a while. And did I just fight her without fanaticism up? None of the streams are delayed enough for me to say whether I did or not. All skills, melee mastery. That is not a limited melee mastery. That is a melee mastery that's just there. So it's an O skill. That means that Amazons could take advantage of it. Starter jabs on spear. And a bait belt. Snow Clash isn't bad. I generally prefer faster cast.
Good evening.
I say generally. There are situations where I would use that. But if I have, say, for example... Oh, I don't have to do that. That was stackable already. Trying to think of de-brain fart myself real quick. But yeah, if I have not string of ears, god damn it, Arachnid's Mesh, I probably wouldn't use Snow Clash. Just because I like the faster cast, and I can get plus skills elsewhere as well by getting faster cast on there. Yeah, I have one faster cast large charm. That belt can become useful at least in this mod, yeah. It's useful in vanilla. It's just not as useful, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think I have one in here. Yeah, I got one right there. I would need to see, like, if there's a specific recipe for crafting faster cast charms, but so far we've just gone with what's dropped. I haven't really converted any. I'll eventually do that. Yeah, they wouldn't pick it as best in slot. Craft grand charms? Ah.
Welcome, brother Paladin.
There's no crafting of large charms? No. Dang it. I actually prefer... Here's a stupid take. I do prefer, aesthetically, large charms. They're not optimal in... I don't think they're going to be optimal in either the mod or the vanilla version ever. Unless you're going specifically stats. That's the only thing that they're really dominant in, as stat sticks. But I like them better because you can just have 2 rows of them and it looks nice and pretty. I know that's a stupid reason, but I like it better than the look of a bunch of grand charms with the tiny 1 slaughters below it. Even though I know that it's functionally garbage. Yeah, I have a couple of those too. I'm using them to get mine up over 75%. I like Crush and Blow. Especially since we are melee. Question then becomes... do we switch to magic now? We have been doing melee for 2 difficulties. But I haven't swapped over gear for casting. Although our gear is not exactly terrible. We did use a little bit of casting. We had that. And we could put Seraphim back on. The only downside of it is we don't have Leech, and if our mercenary dies, we're screwed. I don't have an Insight polearm. I could make one. But then I'd actually have to make him tanky. Which we don't have another Tall Roshes, and we don't have a good Leech Helm yet. I mean, I could give him Leech on rings and stuff. Which wouldn't be terrible. He'd lose some resist, but that's not a problem. Sorry, Mercenary, this is the first time we're replacing you. We kept the Necro one all the way through Hell difficulty. Yeah, he needs some Leech to stay alive. Huzzah. Do we go Thorns or... Might or Blessed Aim? We could go Holy Freeze and just kind of be derpy about it. Actually, that might not be a terrible idea now that I think about it, slowing the enemies. Yeah. Weapons can get added Leech as well. Skulls, I believe, is what it wants. You know what? Let's go. I want to play with Holy Freeze, and this seems like a good excuse to do it. Might is just... I'm going to say right now, Might, 100% better. Blessed Aim for us would even be better. Going with him. I need to make him a polearm. I need to see how much strength he has. He has 187 strength. Might not be able to equip what we want.
I'll put that to good use.
And yes, I keep these and that as no level wreck, just early resists for the freaking minions. Okay, so let's go get ourselves a 4-socket polearm. He has 187 strength. That'll be in Miss 1.
Good day.
I thought it would be in here, yeah. 187, that's 210. Yeah, Man Catcher is going to be the best one we can get for him. That's not good. I mean, it's not a bad base. Man Catchers are actually really good. I'd rather have an Infinity in that. I don't think we have any good 3-socket Spear Rune Words that we can do anything with. Let me go look. Items, Rune Words, new window. It's going to be... Let's see 3-socket first. Spear.
Good day.
I have to look through them. There's Prayer Aura when equipped. That's actually kind of interesting. Wouldn't work well for us, but it's there. Lightning, Thirst. Oh, Hustle works in all weapons now? What? I mean, I could look at some of my uniques as well. Yeah, Hustle has Fanaticism on it, but we already have Fanaticism.
Good day.
5-socket. I mean, pretty much the only ethereal one that I would be looking at would probably be just skimming through these at least. Honestly, none of them. Fury wouldn't be too bad. But if I just look at generic weapons, it doesn't... For some reason, the website doesn't like showing stuff. For me, for some reason. Look at 5-socket. I'm just seeing what all we have. Plus the life per level, no.
Good day.
And a lot of these require things that I don't have, like Jaw and Sham, or Cam, or however you want to pronounce it. See if a good 4-socket one stands out. Besides Insight. We don't really need Insight. We just need him to be there. Cleansing or a Pillar of Faith wouldn't be bad. It's got okay enhanced damage. It uses dual fall, am. Auto repair is not really that worthwhile for him. And yeah, a lot of those just require things that are way higher level. Cleansing Aura would not be bad. And even has Life Leech. But it is... This is the only one we could put it in. I would do these, but he doesn't have the strength for it. That's why I'm not doing those. Pretty sure he has the dex for these, though. Yeah, he had about the same dex as he had life. And yes, we do have rune words we could do armors with. I mean, sorry, not rune words. We have bases we could do armors with.
Good day.
Any ring of the sky, that plus the stats. That's a Diablo 1 reference. It's between Pillar of Faith, which is cleansing aura, decent enhanced damage, not great. And just going with an ethereal thingamaboober. 3 sockets. Because he's already Holy Freeze.
Good day.
Found one that has +1 to all attributes. Yeah, we actually have, I think, a ring of that. Or was it an amulet? One of those. I allow you to add strength so you could still make it work. The strength would need to be on another piece of gear. It is worth noting that insight is actually good, by the way. It's good enough. It's just, I'm just seeing what else we have, because I'd rather make something new that I haven't tried before. So I think we're going to do Man-Catcher. And we're going to do Pillar of Faith. It has Life Leech, it has Open Wounds. It doesn't have Crushing Blow, which makes me kind of sad. But it has Cleansing Aura, which could be actually kind of useful. Thunder wouldn't work for us because he would never use the static field. Passion is just meh. It's one that we have in vanilla, so I don't really need to make it. Envy's not bad. That's 10 all stats, experience gain, but it gives him resist and dual. Well, dual leash doesn't matter. He doesn't need the mana. That's Falcolum Io. We have a no. Yeah, we do. We got 1 lum. Do I burn my 1 lum on that? I'll go see what he has. I think that's going to be our best base.
Good day.
I could see what our other one has, or just see what other uniques we have. Because I don't think we had another 4-socket spear floating around. No, we didn't. I haven't been finding too many pole arms and spears that I really wanted. No great scythes or anything like that. I mean, we can check our uniques. I don't think we have any.
Good
That would work
day.
great for that. We do have Mang songs. Just as a haha thing. Nothing there. I mean, we can equip these, by the way. We can equip those on mercenaries. Because that's one thing that I think a lot of people don't realize. Javelins absolutely can be equipped on Act 2 mercenaries.
Good day.
Just seeing if there's anything else we want to just toss in there. Obviously, the axes cannot. Blade Buckle is still a decent belt, by the way. I don't think it'll ever not be. You know what? That might not be bad. It's kind of weak one-handed damage is the only thing that's throwing me off on that. You also use the cubes for storage. I generally don't because I will forget that I have stuff in there. That is the only reason.
Good day.
Out of sight, out of mind kind of situation. That might not be bad. We have 2 of them already, sadly. This seems like if we were going an Act 5 mercenary with the... Not the frenzy one, the two-hander. This might actually be halfway decent with that plus 20 melee mastery. Although I don't know if he gets limited by O skills or not. He might. He might actually get limited on that. I'd have to test it.
Good day.
I mean, he can equip that, can't he? Static field on struck would stack up pretty well with us. We already have static field on attack, but more of that is always nice. I need to go through and actually organize them. I just haven't had time. What I'll probably end up doing is... none of these mules are probably going to last long term. What'll end up happening is I will actually do proper organization on them where I go unique sword elite, unique sword nightmare, and elite. Just have them super granular. It makes it a little bit harder to just scroll through and find them, but at the same time, it's not that bad. Thank you, Twitch, for not letting me continue lurking. Okay. So we've changed plans about 12 times. Question starts to become... Do I go Pillar of Faith, or do I go Thunder? Or do I go... There was another one I was looking at. This is a 4-socket. I mean, we could always just go Fortitude. But I don't wanna. Talking about the online mule? What? I don't have the Reimagined Discord available right now. Hey, Dabish, how's it going? And yes, I'm going to pronounce it like that instead of an alternate way that I probably could have pronounced it. We're going to go ahead and throw those over here just so we remember. Which one do I want? Cleansing would be the smart choice, but when have I ever done the smart choice? I'm doing pretty good, just deciding what we want to make for our mercenary. Envy's not bad. That would actually give him more resist. What are his resists looking like? Not terrible, actually. We don't really need resists on him. Physical damage reduction. I think, yeah, that's definitely better than those. We were just using trash on him before, so it's not a huge issue for us to swap stuff off. Trying out a mod here with some various additions. We could actually upgrade this probably to an elite. That wouldn't be bad either, because blinded and holy freeze is not a bad combo. It's a tough one. I think we want to keep the slow on him for now. Yeah. I used to hang out with Maroka. Kind of fell out with Tulkas, but I was part of the Strangelands. But yeah, I still do hang out with Maroka. We do Lancer together. Oikle? Yeah, I remember Oikle. I don't remember a lot of things, but the name does definitely ring a bell. Mainly because it's backwards Lucio. Are you Oikle? It has been Jesus. 6 or 7 years, I think. If you are Oikle. Time flies. Not always in a straight path. How's it going, man? It has been ages. We're gonna go. I hate burning that. I think I'm gonna go Pillar of Faith because we have more fall runes. That's gonna make more sense to me. So we need 2 fall, an and an am. We can spare all of those. If it's fall, and. There we go. Been praying that at least you or Button Mash start to stream. Ah. I don't know if Maroka's going to come back to streaming. I don't think they are. Generally speaking, I might be able to convince them to come onto my streams if I had to take a wild guess, but I don't think they'll stream on their own anymore. Which is kind of sad, but I can totally understand it. And I guess that does actually apply to our weapon. Dang, we are doing a lot of magic damage. But yeah, Maroka has pretty much entirely stepped away from doing YouTube, which is sad because they are by far the better reviewer. I mostly just review these days, but they were much better at it. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some stuff down here. Well, it has been nice seeing you again. I do cover a variety of games. If you have any like special requests to add to the list, I will consider it. Wow, and we got the sewers right away. Sweet. It's so weird how things like there's how time flows whenever you're doing YouTube and stuff like that. Can you actually turn on your aura finally, my dude? There you go. Now he's shining. He is surprisingly not doing terrible. But yeah, are you on Maroka's server, or... I know it's been fairly quiet over there. We do still sometimes post stuff in the Wordle thing. Whenever I get a chance to do it, I actually do post on it, but... Dang. Yeah, perspective definitely changes over those years. I didn't know you were that young whenever we were streaming. But... welcome to the PG-13 stream. I still wouldn't reveal my age online, by the way. I will kind of leap. I can't do it right now, but yeah. Through that. Yeah, it's one of those things like... yeah, saying... Can I please get that to go away? There we go. I can't get it to, there we go. I can refresh the window so that my overlay doesn't sit there. There we go. But yeah, it's one of those things that it's not even so much that it's an issue that people of varying ages watch my stuff. It's more an issue of the platform will actually go after people whenever they mention their ages. Generally, my streams are PG-13. So you're within the acceptable age range. So what kind of games are you playing these days? Or are you even still playing video games? It never surprises me whenever people stop after a while. It is 100% a hobby, just like watching movies or reading or any of that stuff. I still watch movies and read, but not as much as I did whenever I was younger. Video games are pretty much the focus. The next closest thing would be movies, and it's not even recent movies. My backlog is too long, as Gablin can attest to. You had a period when you stopped, but playing like Apex, Siege, and a bit of Sea of Thieves? Ah. Sea of Thieves is one that I think Maroka still plays it. I haven't checked in a while. I kind of got tired of Sea of Thieves. I like it. It's a good game. It's just I got burned out on it, and generally if I wanted to get as much done in it as I wanted, I'd have to burn too much time. I would be even further behind on my reviews. Want these guys to come down here. Mainly because I don't want my mercenary getting poisoned. Never mind. He's gonna get wrecked anyway. Goodbye, mercenary. We appreciated you. Hopefully that cleansing actually works. It did. Sweet. Doesn't always work. Sometimes it bugs. We too could shoot holy bolts. It's not that it's too social, Adam. It's more one of those situations of do what I want, which is usually just set out and do a bunch of just missions and just chill and sail around. I either have to spend a bunch of time just doing kind of like the relaxing sailing, which I really do enjoy just doing relaxing sailing in it. That is probably its most cathartic feature for me. Or I end up having to try hard and focus a lot, and either way I'm going to be spending 2 to 4 hours at a minimum per session playing that. Whereas I could do 2 videos in that time. 2 Let's Play Everything videos. As far as the main channel videos, that's a whole different beast. Those usually take a week. Diablo 2, I'm mostly spending this amount of time for streaming. Off camera, I can pop in for 30 minutes and get stuff done. Thank you for dropping back in, Dabish. I will try to maybe convince Maroka to join in on stream one day, although I would have to do it different hours. Because they have a day job at a brewery, I think? I will tell Maroka you said hi.
Greetings.
Oikel. And you have a very good day. Now I get to venture out into the desert and probably die 95 times. How much damage do you do? Our mercenary is out damaging us with physical. I think I might be the bad guy here, by the way. Wearing all dark armor and pointy horns and stuff. While mercenary is just like, I am unseen. We've got the freaking assassin in the shadows and the Paladin of death. Although he is doing surprisingly well. Only that was ethereal. An ethereal Colossus Volge would actually fit on him quite well. I need to update Robo-Roll again. Maybe one of these days I'll have a behind the stream stream. Although, generally speaking, I think, and this is going to be an odd one, I think I might actually run a second Twitch channel for behind the scenes stuff. This is behind the scenes of the reviews, and this is just hanging out. But I'm talking about for art, writing, stuff like that, things that are not games. But I'm on the fence about that. It has worked out well for a few of my friends. Or, do I call them friends? Do I call them co-workers? Do I call them a cohort? The other people I regularly chat with about streaming and about content creation. Sadly, a lot of people have shifted like almost entirely to streaming, which I don't necessarily feel is the best idea. Because streaming is a lot more fickle than videos. I have like 30 or 40 videos that I know will just get views. Not a lot of views, but enough views for like pretty much the next 5 years. But I can't see not having a permanent presence after I stop, which is what streaming does. Streaming is very ephemeral. It's one of those things like people will tune in while you're streaming, but as soon as you're offline, you're not, the content is not really consumable as intended anymore. And yes, you guys can go look at the stream archives. I don't have them hidden behind any kind of like subscriber walls or anything like that. It's just on YouTube, I have pretty much any of them that I started out with the unlisted thing, just go to unlisted. But for like this, it stays public. For the Baldur's Gate streams, whenever we start those will be public after stream as well. I'm not setting them to auto unlist anymore. The only reason I don't bring the other ones, like set them to public, by the way, is because that would just spam people's inboxes. And it would actually ruin my bot for about a week. We're just looking for the next area. My grapes are almost room temperature. That means I might need to flash the recording soon. Yes, I do measure it by that. Same for my coffee temperature. The grapes in a bowl start reaching room temperature around 2 hours. The coffee in my insulated mug starts to reach not fridge cold anymore, because I am one of those people, I drink cold coffee. It starts getting to almost room temperature. So I just chug it at about 2 hours. And switch to water, because my water's in the better insulated container. It's only because of the age of the containers, not the type or anything like that. I think the vacuum seal on my insulated cup is degraded. Like my brain power. Which is fine. They are... I have some that are 2 years old, but the other two of my insulated cups are closing in on 8 years old at this point, as far as the age of the cup. Which is... Yeah, I had them since before my last move. So no, it'd be even more than that. It would be... How long ago was 2017? 2017 was 8 years ago. I was right. So it'd been about 8 or 9 years that I've had those. God, I'm getting at the age where like things I'm regularly using are a decade or more. That is mind-numbing. Speaking of which, I actually need to... This is going to be an irritating thing. I actually need to set up one of my old systems so I can play a certain game. that I want to cover and I'm going to hate covering. Oh, I was talking about it on another streamer's Quantic Flux's stream the other night. That would have been last night, actually. Not even the other night. Basically, I think I'm going to try and cover... And I'm feeling like the deep-seated, just like, I want to just retch saying this. Left Alive. It's front mission. I want to see if I was just too harsh on it when it first released. It doesn't run on modern systems. Your wife laughs every time you're getting ready for work. Got your lunchbox, half-gallon water jug with ice in it, insulated coffee mug, 2 extra water bottles, your backpack, etc., and an energy drink for the drive-in. I feel that. That sounds about like my night shift supply pool. For a while there, it was Tupperware instead of a lunchbox in and I basically put this all into an insulated bag. It was a Tupperware instead of a lunchbox. It was an energy drink, I'm forgetting what they're called, thermos or whatever you want to call it. Basically, one of those water bottles filled with water that's vacuum insulated, and it's got the lid on it and all that stuff. It's got a screw top lid, so it actually stays really cold. Then I would have 2 teas in there. I stopped doing the teas, for those of you that are wondering, because of the reason I gave. I don't know if I've explained that recently. Where my brain just, I know tea has caffeine. I know green tea has caffeine. I have known green tea has caffeine my entire life. It's not one of those things that is, you know, oh, a mystery. But for some reason, my brain did not comprehend that, hey, drinking like probably a liter or more of citrus green tea for weeks on end every day was not a good idea. Flush my kidneys for sure, though. Jesus. Never have I ever peed so clear than that, but got to be stocked up with food or drink. You don't want to have to go and get stuff during your shift. Yeah, exactly. Lunchbox is full of lunch Tupperware, protein bars, yogurt, etc. Back then, I was actually, since I didn't have anyone else to like worry about or consider, I lived in an apartment, so I didn't have to worry about like yard work or anything like that. I had time to do food prep and all that kind of fun stuff. So I had basically little prepped meals. That's where most of my recipes came from. I'm going to find the waypoint before... yeah. I'm going to find the waypoint before we go down. It's literally right there. So that's like where my southwestern casserole came from. And yes, that's one reason why I do casseroles and stuff like that so much whenever I'm cooking. Sometimes I'll do like hamburgers. I can cook hamburgers. I can do steaks and stuff like that. That is normal stuff for me to have cooked for food prep. But food prep with casseroles is so easy. And that's why I have a lot of casserole dishes that I basically swear by, because they reheat so well. Throw them in the microwave for a minute, stir, throw them in for like a minute and a half, 2 minutes more. You're good. Some of them you might have to add a splash of milk or something to, and you can do that before you reheat it, or even before you pack it. As in, put it in the lunchbox, don't put it in the fridge with milk in it. Usually you prep lunches on the weekends, make 4 to 5 bowls of something random, usually chicken and rice or something. Chicken and rice is a good one. I do spicy beef and rice is one of my go-tos. There's also, the southwestern casserole is ditalini, rotel. Of course, the spiciest rotel you can get because you need flavor in there if you're going to be reheating it. Corn, sometimes. Not usually, but sometimes. Black beans, and beef. For chicken, I usually do like pulled chicken or I do chicken soup. That said, I do like I have a chipotle chicken soup recipe that I make, and I have a jalapeno chicken soup recipe that I make. Okay, let's identify these. Catriana's masks. Think we have Xavier's greaves and Janice's gloves. That's an interesting set of gloves there. That is not worth it. It amazes you how many people don't know what ditalini is. It's one of your favorite pastas. Me too. I think my two favorite pastas, and some people are going to hate me for how basic my second one is, are one, ditalini, mainly because it's so great at just getting the perfect balance of a lot of sauces and the rest of the fillings, and it works really well with like meats and stuff like that, like ground beef. It works really well with cubed chicken because you can get them to about the same size. You can actually have them kind of a nice mix of textures going on there. And they hold sauce well. The other one I like is penne. It is a very basic. I am a basic bitch whenever it comes to stuff like that. But penne is just another one that it holds sauce well. So I don't have to like worry about anything. Oh, this is ethereal. Going to identify you while we are oh, that's Spirit Naga. Okay. It's probably intended to be ethereal. I haven't looked at the stats on it. Go, mercenary, go. Trying to get in front of you so you don't die to stuff. There's going to be things popping around the corner. Yep. Okay, can we come down here so we can actually just get away from doors? Thank you. Barbarian skills, weapon damage. Not bad. It repairs durability, so that's fine. Ring. Penne is fantastic as well, yeah. I prefer Penne over ziti. But a lot of people I know are all about, like spaghetti and fettuccine, and those are fine noodles. I have never felt super enthused about making anything with them. I prefer noodles that can hold sauce or that can stand up on their own. For long noodles, I'm just generally going to prefer stuff like freaking ramen. A nice big broth with them. I like big broth, and I cannot lie. One that I've been... it's been a while since I've tried cooking with it. But one that I have kind of wanted to figure out, like, a good recipe for, and yeah, you can do mac and cheese with it, is radiatore. I am not pronouncing that properly, but just like all the little crevices in it. I'm fat. There's a reason. Don't judge me. Making spaghetti for dinner tonight. Haven't decided the type of pasta yet. Generally, whenever I'm craving spaghetti, it's gonna make every Italian upset. Every Italian in the world. I usually get just plain tomato sauce. I'll season it up with, like, my seasoning blend. Everyone has a different one. Mine has a ton of garlic in it, because I like garlic. Usually some basil, some red pepper flakes, onion powder, sometimes some other stuff. And I'll do ground beef, that Parmesan in the sauce, like mixed in, let it kind of make the sauce almost a pink color instead of bright red. And then I will do penne noodles for it. Because the sauce gets a little thicker so it stays inside the penne with the Parmesan. Am I a chef? God, no. I am fat, so I like making food. That's where I stand. Ditalini I generally use for thinner sauces. Or whenever I'm going sauceless. Well, technically sauceless. It still has fluid in it. It's for holding the liquid from vegetables or vegetables. I don't do fruit and pasta. That's all you really need. You made a big batch of sauce a few weeks back with some Italian sausage and bacon, froze the leftover sauce for easy dinners. Try that as a pizza sauce. Just as a... If you haven't tried that as a pizza sauce, definitely try it as a pizza sauce. Though I would use spicier sausage if I was using it as a pizza sauce. It works out really good. We're gonna have a weird shaped level here. I think it's gonna be this way. Yeah, it is. Mercenary, you are determined to die, aren't you? This mercenary is definitely an upgrade. Without a doubt. I think those are probably just going to be tear haunches. But yeah, I don't... This is one... I don't know if it's normal in communities you're from. But one thing a lot of people, at least that I have dealt with in my part... Oh, no, these are bone mesh. Raise skeleton and skeleton mastery. Cool. I'm going to throw that in there, that in there, that in there. Yeah, one thing that a lot of people around here struggle with is kind of mixing things into different platforms. If that makes sense. Basically, they don't think about any kind of... Like, if they're told it's a spaghetti sauce, they don't think about it on anything other than noodles. If you tell them it's a sandwich sauce, they don't think about it in any other context. Like, a sandwich sauce can make a really good salad dressing. But it's very much... This is what the recipe's intended for. 4% increased maximum life. I think we have a 1% increased maximum life. Guess not. But yeah, it's... I'm guilty of it myself, but it's a very American thing to tend to do. And I don't know why that is. Like, I'd try beans and toast. I haven't actually tried it yet, but I would totally try it. It's not something that offends my senses. Even though generally here... How did I manage that? Generally speaking, here... I'm just gonna... I'm driving myself nuts over here. Just give me a minute. Beans are not treated in that way. And that causes people to just kind of make faces. Anytime I mention kind of like any kind of weird combos that are actually good. Let's go with a tall rune as opposed to a short rune. I'm just going to throw those in here and I'll decide if I want them later. We're 2 characters in. And we have 200, essentially 250 gems. I think we're good on gems for a while. Reinvent leftovers? Yes. Oh, speaking of leftovers, that's actually a pet peeve of mine. Not leftovers. Leftovers are not a pet peeve of mine. The fact that people refuse to eat leftovers, just the like raw waste of food, irritates the shit out of me. If that makes sense. Okay, so that's the end of Maggot Layer. Time to wear our sunglasses at night. I think Duriel's going to be a royal pain. I'll read that in just a second. Example, you ground up some pork chops last week, some cooked down spinach, made pork Salisbury steaks with pork gravy. Turned out phenomenal. Ooh. I'm not a huge pork person, but that sounds good. Pretty much the only pork I regularly consume is sausage and bacon. Generally, if I'm going to do barbecue, I end up doing beef. Sadly. Pulled pork is good. It's just not something that I regularly make. Because usually what I have frozen is beef or chicken. The leftover steaks were then sliced thinner and made into sandwiches, also sliced into strips to make stroganoff with egg noodles. Yep. And as long as you follow proper food safety guidelines, that stuff can actually be a really good way to not waste food. Freeze stuff. It's probably one of the most important things that I can tell people. Freeze stuff. Portion it out, freeze it. A lot of stuff can be frozen. A lot of stuff can't. A lot of stuff loses its texture if it's frozen, but meat is not one of them. Only time it starts to lose texture is if you have it in there for like 6 months or longer. And even then, it's usually fine. Hate this zone, I hate this zone, I hate this zone, I hate this zone, I hate this zone. I think that's our first... No, that might be our second Alm room. Your doctor told you need to cut down on the red meat, so you're subbing ground pork and ground beef in a lot of situations. I've been moving towards chicken, but I can understand that. Chicken also sits less heavy on me, I think is another thing for me. Like if I can do a spicy barbecue chicken, just pulled chicken, I can add that to pretty much anything. Diced buffalo chicken is good too. Hi, town. How you doing? There's the waypoint. You'd think they'd venture out west every now and then from town, but nope. That's probably going to mean that our next area is going to be southwest. Yeah, generally speaking... I don't think I can ever give up beef entirely, but I can definitely shift over to chicken and eggs and that kind of stuff a bit more. I don't do well when I haven't had enough fat and protein, oddly enough. Like, my body actually starts getting wonky. It's very... I don't know what the cause of it is, but I know that something's going to start being like shitty when I start craving grease. Usually I can get away with doing just a... Oh, hi, Dark Elder. How you doing? You're gonna hurt like a truck. Oh, lordy. Yeah, he used up one of my full rejuice. Like steak and burgers too much. Same. I've been trying to work with that a little bit. Instead of going for like meatier burgers, I go for more thin burgers. If that makes sense. Using ground chicken as well. I haven't tried ground chicken. I need to. I'm kind of hesitant because of like food safety standards. But at the same time, it's probably just fine as long as I cook it enough. Well, that's baby's first storm shield. And this one is Old Sorceress Shield, maybe? Although that sounds more like necro names for stuff. Smash burgers, yeah. Make sure it's cooked all the way through, exactly. Yeah, that's one thing. When I'm cooking for myself, I know how the meat's been handled. I can process it in my own way. If I'm cooking for anybody else, I don't always know their comfort level, so I'll tend to overcook it a little bit. And if I'm ever ordering to eat out, like if I'm going to a restaurant, I do not trust cooks to handle it properly because I have worked in kitchens. I know how that shit goes. I know how it arrives. I'm not going to sit there and trust them to actually process it properly. So if I order a steak from a restaurant, I will commit the cardinal sin of saying, well done. I don't care if they want to cook it that way or not. I want it well done. And add fat so it's not dry. Exactly. That's one thing that's another thing a lot of people forget to do is that it's not just cooking it through to make it tasty. You have to remember seasonings, remember moisture. Otherwise, it's just going to be charcoal. You can cook a well-done steak, have it still be moist. It's called butter, bitches. Yes, that's added salt and stuff, but you just keep just spooning it back over it. You'll be fine. Cook it slow. Keep it moisturized. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering about a good steak seasoning, sesame oil or even just sesame seeds toasted. You just have to be a little bit more careful with sesame seeds. But sesame and cayenne. What just got cast on me? Something is casting weakness on me. I know not what it is. Yeah, we keep just randomly getting weakness cast on us, which is very disconcerting. Not that it impacts us very much, because we basically counteract it with frickin' fanaticism. Mercenary, do not go charging in there. $25 life, that's fine. I do salt. I don't do it with black pepper because black pepper tends to fight with cayenne, in my opinion. Because they're both, it's one or the other for them. Sometimes I will do paprika if you want it to be a little bit more smoky. Just be careful not to put too much, or people will be like, why is your steak weird color? Because cayenne and frickin' paprika will both kind of shift the color of the steak a little bit. But I've only done it on thin steaks that I was going to slow cook and sear. But I like it just like packed with a little bit of rice. Maybe some broccoli on the side or some Brussels sprouts, depending on which you prefer. That's why we were getting hurt so bad. That guy was making sure they hit every time. Must be the claw vipers. Yeah, it might be. Or they might change these guys. They have a chance on death of casting it, maybe? So I'm not seeing it whenever we kill them. We just got a baby Sunder Charm. This is the stairs down. We'll wait for my mana to come back up a little bit. You know what? Let's go ahead and stop by town. I'm going to drop off some stuff. Yeah, I've been lucky with the revivers so far. We haven't gotten them in bad combos. Have a good one, Adam. I will probably need it if I stick with melee. I will need all the help I can get. Fall. Because believe it or not, I very rarely go through hell with non-casters. Oh, we do have an ohm. We're up to 2 of you guys now. Dole. And Io. We are not doing well on hell runes. Yeah, you can do a lot of good stuff with thin cut steaks. For a while there, I was making... Oh, I'm forgetting what it's called. Keep wanting to say it's bulgogi, but that's not it. An Asian kind of almost soy sauce kind of thing. I hate you, Fang Skin. At least you're up there. They heal about as fast as that deals damage. Yeah, I need to kill these guys before Fang Skin gets to us. Otherwise, we are going to just get completely nuked. And we just got nuked. There we go. Amp damage is a bitch, but hey, we have cleansing. So cleansing should get rid of it relatively quickly now that I... And yes, I will go get the amulet in uno momento. And that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It might be Mongolian. I can go look up what it's called. No, it's called bulgogi. Bulgogi is made of thin, marinated slices of meat, mostly common beef, grilled in a barbecue or stovetop griddle. Stir-fried in pan, home cooking, sirloin or ribeye are frequently used, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, it's Korean. There we go.
How do I know?
Be specific. Used to make that quite a bit. Remembering the name of it is harder than remembering how to cook it for me. If I can see the ingredients, I can use them. It's also the same reason why I used to mix drinks. I don't particularly... I mean, I don't mind drinking some things, but I'm not a person who seeks out alcohol, but let me taste a liquor or something like that, and I can tell you what to mix it with. One is Korean, one is Chinese. Okay. Okay, we're going to lose our mana. That's fine. You go over there. Wrong one. That. Almost accidentally put that in there.
Hello.
Kane, go away. think we're going to go ahead and keep that for now. We might actually be able to use it.
It is an honor to serve you.
Cooking methods typically differ. Yeah, generally speaking, what I would do is I would cut the beef up. Usually, if I got thin steaks, I would just cut it into strips. Or if I got a thicker piece of meat, I would cut it into kind of like almost like I'm doing jerky. Marinate it overnight in it. In the fridge, of course. Let it soak in the juices, all that kind of stuff. And then I would pan sear it. And then put it over. Usually basmati rice. But I know some people would disagree on using that for it. But generally, basmati rice is what I have in the house. Seriously, are you pretending to craft each time I put something in there? Thank you. What else do I want to put in this helmet? We could go more elemental damage in that helmet. Yes, we can pluck the stuff out if we want to. Let's see. Items. What am I looking for here? I am looking for something. Oh yeah, the removal tools. That would be under cube recipes. Unsockets. So jewel pliers work on... Yeah, it pulls them out. It actually gives you them back. Plan to get some basmati rice next time you need rice. Been working through some jasmine rice. Jasmine's pretty good too. Basmati is just easier to get here, at least decent quality. It's a little harder to get high quality jasmine rice here. We have like great value. That's the main one. It's like, okay. I have seen too many of the great value ones with like bugs in them. At least where I live, which makes me just uncomfortable a little bit. Yes, I know it's just extra protein, but still, I don't want that. Ew. That's just nasty. Okay, as far as the rest of this stuff goes, I don't think there's anything else we want to just toss on. We're going down. South.
I've been... Good day.
I've lived in the Midwest before. Pretty much, if it's west of the Mississippi, I've either traveled through or lived there. The only exception would be I haven't been to the coastal states. So I haven't been to Washington, Oregon, or California. Though, if I had to choose a state to live in, I would probably want to live... Probably Washington. If I had to take a poke at stuff, would be the most me place. Though, anymore, my brain is, if I can ever afford it, if I ever take off on the YouTubes, and become one of those, if I become like Pirate Software big, I am 100% emigrating out of this godforsaken place. Even if it's just to freaking Canada. Let's see. You're in Florida. The Panhandle, Publix, all over the place. Yeah. I have a few friends in Florida. Most of them are, weirdly enough, ex-military, which always seems a little strange to me, because it's like all the ex-military people I know are in Florida. All the Well, not all of them. There's ones in like Oklahoma, but the ones that moved to Florida are pretty much all military. The ones that moved to California are all the computer nerds I knew. It's like they've categorized themselves off by states. The wife and you would do the same, yeah. It's just one of those things where it's going to get harder the longer it takes, one of those situations, because we're already on kind of the list of countries you don't want people coming from, sadly. And another bad thing is I am vocal about my opinions on certain things, so it would not surprise me if I get added to certain lists eventually. There's military bases all over Florida, all branches. You're at one right now. Ironically, I mean, I don't have anything against military personnel. I know a lot of good people in the military. I also know a lot of shitty people who are in the military. We're getting all the phase blades. Is this lightsaber? It is. Do I? No, I don't use that instead of it. I want to just because it's lightsaber, but this is a better weapon. Okay, 75% with the shield, so we can just be fine with that. But yeah, I've never actually lived on a military base. I've lived next to them. It's just one of those things where generally I lived in poorer areas growing up. Right now I am a poor person stuck in an affluent area. So I kind of see the divides a lot more. We're going the wrong way. But I'm kind of stuck fighting these guys because otherwise Al-Hazir is going to get himself killed. You need to stop dying, my dude. No. We're not going any further in that way. Yeah, you grew up military, your dad was Air Force, so of course you end up working for a defense contractor after college. My biological father and... Okay, let's see. See how to explain it without going into like too many personal details. My biological father and my mom's first husband were both military, like Army. I think her second husband was Army as well. So I guess but they were all retired whenever I was alive. So we didn't end up living on any bases. That said, the second one was like my stepdad was a jackass. But yeah, I've never had the urge to join the military. I do not have that type of patriotism. I want my country to be a better place, but I'm not willing to die for what it is now, much less what it wants in other countries. All skills, just blanket all skills, okay. Yeah, I know plenty of like really good ex-military people that I would fight to like the nubs for, but I also know a lot that are really shitty people. It's like there's no in-between for a lot of people I know. They either actually joined for the right reasons or they joined just to get the thanks and a discount at the local freaking Dunkin' Donuts. I probably shouldn't have gone this way because we're going to get our crap shoved in. It's changed a lot in the last 30 years, not what it used to be. Yeah. It's not what it used to be even, like, 20 years ago. It has become very, very... I'm trying to think of a nice way to describe it. I know a lot of people who joined in, like, the late 90s, early 2000s that I knew personally ended up getting a bit weird after a while. Then there was a span of time where people were actually starting to become better and, you know, joining for the right reasons again, and now we're back to people getting a bit weird. That's why they were hurting so much. That guy was extra strong. Okay. Yeah, there are right reasons, and oh god, this is gonna wreck me, isn't it? Nope, it didn't. Ooh, we got a set zombie head. But yeah, it goes in waves. It's just there are right and wrong reasons to join the military, and I know a few people who joined the military just because they wanted to hurt people. Which I know that should be a disqualifier, and if they catch it, or if you say it out loud, it is, but those are usually the same people that I end up butting heads with because they come out of it thinking that because they're ex-military, they're above reproach. Nobody is above reproach. Not me, and not you, not anybody. If there's something said that's stupid or needs to be verified or is blatantly wrong, it needs to be contradicted. Period. I actually blocked someone because they were doing that. They were... For those of you that are curious, when I was in university, I majored in... When I left, I was majoring in computer science, which was software engineering, and business administration in entrepreneurship, but the marketing department and the accounting department were both trying to steal me from it. That's where I left. I also had enough credits that I could have, if they were to allow it, and they didn't, have a major in psychology. I had credits out the wazoo for this, but life happened. So, it kind of irritated me whenever an ex-military former friend, he was always a bit of a jackass, and he was one that joined because he wanted to hurt people, which I didn't learn about that until later. As part of this conversation even. And he tried kind of talking down to me about psychology. Which, yeah, if I'm wrong about psychology, good. Which, I mean, I do get things wrong. I am human fucking being. But he was doing, like, blatantly false stuff. Like, not even, like, basic education level stuff. Like, you should have learned about that in high school level stupid. I'm not going to go into specifics because that would probably identify the argument in the person if anybody I know personally is watching. I don't feel like calling them out like that. But yeah, they were claiming things that were kind of overtly, not even just wrong, but harmful to state that way. And would not listen. So I ended up blocking them after about 2 weeks of this back and forth. Because as much as I lack patience, I am also fairly stubborn and will try to stick things out. And I probably shouldn't have. But I basically told him, your lack of education is not my problem kind of situation. That's probably the nice way of putting it. And then after his next reply, I just went, fine, fuck it, bye. Anyway, good food is good. And people will disagree on my taste in coffee as well. I do generally like coffee, but I like it mixed with stuff and with cold. I'm not a huge fan of hot coffee. Hope the meeting goes well. For some reason, my voice just went sideways. I'm gonna have to hydrate in just a minute. Let's get these guys over here. Or not, mercenary. You can just stay on the stairs and not go anywhere. That's fine, too. There you go. Have to come save his ass. Chimera's Claw. Block Chance, Lifesteal, Deadly Strike. I mean, if it was elite, that might actually be halfway decent. That feels like a Poison Dagger. It needs some Crushing Blow to really set it up for that. That can be arranged. That can go on the ground. Get on the ground. I'm gonna beat you up. Get on the ground. Damn it, Gablin, you've got that stuck in my head. He said he used to sing that with, Monhunt. This wasn't even the right path. You diabolical bastards. I keep losing track of the mercenary because he's invisible. I can only track him by his aura. He's out here aura farming. What does that even mean? I think it's kind of similar to clout farming. Food. Food is the best. Oh, ooh. No. The journey. Do I need some food right now? No, I still have like most of my bowl of grapes. I've had like 15 of them since we started streaming. I should snack on them more, but I don't want to go into a sugar crash from grapes. Which is a thing! That would suck. Okay. I need to grab 2 of those. I think we are good for going back down through the waypoint. Old Man McGinnis, how you doing there, Daladon? Welcome to the stream. Do I need to talk to you in a nice southern twang for the rest of the stream? Make sure old Mr. McGinnis does his duty. Although McGinnis could also be Scottish, but I don't know. For some reason, it feels like I should say it in a southern twang. Welcome to the Sanctuary, where you too can have yourself disemboweled by the Ghoul Lord for only $5.99. They will stick their bony hands into your prostate. Make sure you do not ever have prostate cancer. As without one, you can't get cancer in it. 4-socket thresher! Yay! It's not the best base, but hey, it's another one. I need ethereal ones. Oh, Jesus. I almost died there. Almost deaded. Holy hail. Thankfully, I had the full rejuve sitting there. Yeah, we are probably going to have to switch to caster eventually. I'm going to keep trying to go as far as I can without going caster, but I do much prefer playing as caster, especially in hell difficulty. Speaking of hell, there's one of our hell rooms again. Yeah, I much prefer caster in hell difficulty just because I can stay the hell away from stuff. Bow isn't bad either for me. A second. Rah. I will read that. I see the brain cells thing, and I assume you're talking about channel points, but I haven't actually read the entire statement. Can I transfer my brain cells from Twitch to Real Me? I seem to be running low. I don't know why my brain was thinking, can I transfer the brain cells to YouTube? That is something I am working on, but I don't know how to do it yet, whether I actually want to make it kind of balanced or not. But as far as to you, I mean, you can try throwing them in the pit. That's all I can think of. But I don't know. I don't think it'll work. It hasn't worked for me, and I've thrown a few in. Actually, I've thrown one, technically. I should change it from the pit to the gutter, now that I think about it. Instead of the point pit, put my brain cells in a gutter. Is because I make that reference so much with Diablo. This is not the right path either, damn it. I'm gonna be taking damage from that trap for a while, because there ain't no moving forward. But how's it going, Daladon? Has life been treating you well today? Other than the lack of brain cells, which I can 100% relate to. I mean, I have plenty of brain cells, they just are on vacation right now. Okie dokie. Grab that, stack up our hell runes. Gemmy gems? Are we going to get up to 3 full bags? Probably not. Actually, to prevent this from being a pain in the ass for very long, I'm going to do this. Okay, so Arcane Sanctuary, that path is wrong. I'm going to probably have to go down one of the ones that I really don't like, which is going to be that top right one. I don't like the stairs. Navigating them gets funky. I'm hoping it's this way. Otherwise, we have 4 paths of this. And let's go ahead and grab that healing potion because I used one. Let's see. Grab the Grand Charm and continue charging. Generally, I don't want to be in the middle of the ghosts because the ghosts will stack up a bunch of damage and I only leech a little bit from them because they are still extremely physical resist. They're just not immune. Okay, so there's Tear Rune, Large Charm. Sit here for a minute. And they go to 3 different corners. Keep forgetting that Grand Charms go top right automatically. Which is in and of itself slightly awkward. I'm going to grab that Sapphire while we're here, because if I die, I want to take it with me. Because it's pretty and shiny. This is not, yes it is the right path, okay. So I'm gonna try and bait some of these back so I don't have to deal with them while fighting Sparkle McJangles over there. Where are you? You are all the way up there. You have been down in the corner every single time except for the one time I want you to be. Die, you sack of butts. Sack of butts. Okay. Ours is the spiral. Yay. Oh, goodness. Old man noises. Flashing and recording because I just realized we're at 3 hours. Oh, goodness gracious. Seekers of the Tomb of Tal Rasha, you too shall travel through weird orifices. Okay. Quest log. It is spiral, so it's going to be top center. Now, we could clear the path, which we probably should clear the path. I'm going to clear the path. Mainly because not clearing the path seems like a bad idea. Because if we die down here, we're going to have to come through all of this. Thankfully, this is not a bad combo of enemies. The slingers are a little bit irritating, but we don't have the beetles. I mean, we have the lightning beetles. We don't have the worms. There we go. That's the one I should be saying. We don't have the guys who spawn endless groups of bullshit. Mercenary, you don't have to keep waddling up to it. I know he's there. See, that's where we need to be. Okay, I'm going to toss you in there. Think that's good? Now, pray we don't get revival guys. Actually, this is not a bad one to have revival guys on so far. I was thinking we'd have ghosts. Or vampires. If we have ghosts or vampires, the revival guys start to get extremely irritating. We do have vampires. And we do have revival guys. You sons of butts. I will get those Crusader gauntlets in a little bit. Too many painful things. Let's see if those are any good. Martyr's Principle. Increase attack speed, deadly strike, and experience gain. I think I'm going to stick with the physical damage reduction, but those aren't bad. Duriel, we send you this sacrifice that you do not come to haunt us in terror zones. He's going to haunt me. You gonna haunt me for days. Can I poke that thing? Poke that thing. I want to poke that thing. Never ask what the noise is. Actually, no, we keep that. I'd rather have a 3-socket one, but 4 sockets fine. There's the revival guys, and they are doing Burning Dead. That's fine. There was one up here. I knew you were there, buddy. I saw you running away. Okay. Let's see. That can go in here as well. Mercenary's over there causing trouble because he's a moron. And our path through here is pretty much determined by where the Unravelers are. Because if it's an Unraveler, we have to go kill it. Because we don't have rest in peace. On either us or the Mercenary, sadly. Don't die, Mercenary. An Eldritch Orb, I think we've already gotten. No, that's not one we've gotten. It's just straight +2 skills and nothing else. It is a perplexing puzzle. I don't think we've gotten any other parts of that set, oddly enough. Colossus Crossbow, we'll keep it in case there's something weird we can do with it. If there's a high damage, low attack speed kind of thing we can do, which is generally not a good combo, we might try it. Hadar, and we're gonna have more in here. They're down there. Is it the right way to go? Nope. Are we just gonna keep going this way? Yes. Because I hate Unravelers. They're not the worst enemy in the game by a large margin, but they do get mildly irritating. Mainly because we want them to stop reviving shit. They're very, very resilient to rabies, indeed. Although in this mod, I don't think they're poison immune, thankfully. They're still very resistant to it. Pretty much every undead is, though. Okay, so I think the direction we want to go, after all this carnage, is northwest. And yes, if I remember correctly, Tal Rasha's tomb is one that grows with difficulties, so... And yes, I could re-roll this to not get Unravelers, but that would take a lot of re-rolls, because they're one of the more common things to see in here. You can get ghosts, You can get blunderbores. You can get ghoul lords, wraiths, scarabs. I'm forgetting what else. Something is hurting like a truck, and I don't know what it is, but it needs to fucking stop. Jesus. That burned through all my full rejuves just not dying there. There is something else in here, boss-wise, that is doing a crap ton of damage. I think we've killed it, but jeez. There we go. Whew. Much to your eternal dismay. I mean, if it is eternal dismay, you can outlast them. Let's go ahead and see if that's a good... Oh, it's not ethereal, but we'll still identify it. Would be fun if it was ethereal. I am going to have to go restock.
Blessings to you.
Yeah, this is the reason why melee characters are a little bit of a pain.
Faith, I feel greetings.
Because you are just soaking damage. Yeah, I'm hesitant to use my one Lum rune unless it's something I really want. That's one reason why we didn't make the rune word with it. The way I am sitting is slowly dragging my keyboard over. So if you're hearing like a weird little squeaky noise, I don't think it comes through on the mic. It's just every now and then it just goes just a little to the right and makes this almost... I'm trying to think of how to describe that noise. Annoying. Like a mosquito noise. Keep that. That gets sold. That gets sold. That goes into the storage. This goes into storage because why not? We'll add it to a socket mule. Same for that. Those two get sold. And that gets sold. The only thing I don't like about the gems in this, by the way, is how late they start dropping. Which means that it's going to be a royal nightmare to do any kind of like pacifist run unless you come pre-equipped. Okay, so Talrash's tomb. Let's try and not suck. So top left this time. It's just every now and then we run across a pack that just totally decimates our lives, and I very, very rarely am able to tell where it's coming from. I'm wanting to say it's the Ghoul Lords, but at the same time, our fire resist is actually decent. We have 71%. Broken door. This is a dead end, but we can take out the Unravelers. Might have to let my mercenary tank some of this. He's doing all right at it. He's not taking as much damage as me. Although I think we actually have the same amount of damage reduction percent, oddly enough. I mean, that'll sell for money. I will take it. It's mercenary revival resources. We're getting close. We might, doubtful, but we might hit another level up before Duriel if we end up having to go too many more routes. The dead end, we don't go in there. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do so. It's still ice cold, too. I love that water bottle. I'm hearing, yeah, beetles. It's not the beetles really chipping us off. We lose a chunk of life from that, but nothing too severe. We leech it back fairly quick. I don't think it's the Unravelers. There we go. Easy enough, right? Right. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. So I don't think it's going to be top left. We will check it, though, because it could be a loop around. I don't think it is. No, it's not. But now that we're in here, we kind of have to kill them. Mercenary, don't die. I kind of need you. I need to not die as well, otherwise Mercenary will die too. He's my tool for shattering things. I do have cold damage, but he helps. Okay, healing potions, yes. That's not going to sell for much, but it'll be fine. There's a Scourge in here. We could... I'm going to grab it. Probably not going to use it for anything, but it is a base I can mess with. It's all about that base. About that base. No trouble. No, it's treble, not trouble. That doesn't look like it's going to be a path through. It could potentially be on the far side, but I'm not going to bother with it yet. It's one of those long shot ones that's highly unlikely. I'm going to click something real quick. Now this way? Watch us just be like right into it. That would be hilariously stupid. Yeah, I really don't know what's like randomly doing a ton of damage to me. It's very, very strange. It's very intermittent as well. I mean, that'll work in a pinch, but I don't like it. Not one bit. I do like that they've dropped the HP of those. In Hell difficulty, those are usually just the spongiest bastards ever. we're not going to get a level up on this, thankfully. Or not thankfully, really. It depends on how you think about it. Because if we got a level, we wouldn't have to worry about losing XP. Whenever we go down to the Durs. Oh, I don't want to click on that. Thank you. Okay. I think this is as prepared as we're going to get. And if we die down there, there's no chance of us getting our body back, so. Ooh, Lord. Brah, brains. You'll just grab your mouse and then you'll fight Blood Raven on the Nightmare with rabies. Good luck. Actually, Blood Raven, I think, is not going to be that terrible. They're lightning immunes there. Admittedly, they are also freaking whatchamacallit, undead. Ooh. Here we go. Let's see if I actually get completely decimated by Derbiel. You just keep him off of me, mercenary. I will keep Duriel off of you. He's losing the war over there. You just gotta last a little bit there for me, mercenary, and then I can come rescue you. Yes, send more this way so I can leech off of them. With the Holy Fire one, we were just destroying these sarcophagi as soon as we popped down, which I thought was hilarious. And we didn't get anything too crazy over there. I think we already know what those two are. No, that's a new one. Myth Slayer. 15 all attributes, increased attack speed, enhanced weapon damage, enhanced maximum weapon damage, so it goes up pretty high as you get high level. And Warp Wind. Knockback is nice. And burst of speed when you level up. Ooh. I gotta sell that. You know what? I'll take the Fulcata. We might be able to turn it into something useful. Onwards to victory. I thank you, mortal, for my freedom. Were you really trapped in there? Were you really? I don't think you were.
Good day.
Considering you can make town portals at will. And not even the one in Baldur's Gate. Oh, yeah. You get sold. I don't think there's anything left for us to identify. Where are you, Farah? Where did you go? Are you hiding behind the portals? Yes, you're hiding behind the portals. Such a jerk. He's hiding from us. This is a downside of putting portals so close to this spot. Okay, how many raw runes? Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're actually getting alarmingly full on the low runes. But hey, we can get our last full rejuve made. And it's on to lovely Act 3. You go there, you go there. More gems in the bag.
I'm so.
Talk to Jaren. Bye, Jaren. At least you didn't vanish this time. In Nightmare, he just like up and just noped off the map. Which was mildly disconcerting.
Greetings, Gerund. Ahoy, mate.
Let's see what else we have. Okay, Act 3. I think we can do some of Act 3 today. You now speak to Ormus, good Paladin. But do I speak to Heratli? The guy that... We still really don't have much of a reason to go to Heratli except for getting keys. He never really has anything I particularly want. He's not tied to any quests. He's just Heratli. Let's see. Okay, come on. Dark Wanderer, start wandering. We don't love you, Dark Wanderer. That wasn't too bad. A little bit of free XP at the exit. Always a little nice. Not a lot of XP. You do not know how happy I am to see jungle hunters. They are such easy targets. Cloudstalkers are kind of irritating, but not that bad. Generally, oddly enough, my favorite combo of enemies here would be the trees, and of course we always have the fallen. Not fallen, the fetishes. What are they called? The little rat bastards. Rat men, there we go. But yeah, I prefer the tree guys and the big lumbering idiots that we just killed. The jungle hunters. Mainly because they're both just like big derpy guys that just run up to you and they don't do anything too special. Thornholts. Yay! We have both of the fun ones. Youth. Ort Eth. What are the stats on it? Although, admittedly, well, Ort's not terrible to get early on. You have to do a few Countess runs and get the Rawls, or even more Countess runs and get the Talls. The Tall runes. I do alternate by what I call them. Chance to weaken on strike. Ooh, 9%. That's actually not bad. Especially if you're doing a melee character. You're going to be hitting enough to proc that regularly. Jade figurine, sweet.
I could trade this for something more valuable.
30% resist all, but 34% cold? Ooh. Yeah, that is pretty good. I'm assuming a helmet? "100% mana regen" is a big one as well. That's base... Oh, it's chest piece? That's still not bad for a chest piece either. Mana regen, 100%. That is a... I'm trying to remember the name of the staff.
Greeting, back in.
But that's basically like packing that in your backpack.
Greetings.
Increase attack speed, enhance weapon damage. That is actually not a bad sword. What the crap? Not the best sword. It is a falcata. So it's not one of the ideal bases, but I kind of like it a little bit. I might just use it if I do a rare only run. Yeah, I'm liking this mod. I do think that the enemies in Hell are a little spongy, especially like Diablo and the Ancients. But right now, we're kind of set up to counter that.
Well,
It's Crushing Blow. But still. Dum, 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 dum. I feel like I should be making clomping noises as my character's running.
good day. From the ash.
One golden bird's ash hole is the same as another. He won't ever actually say that. That is a line that got cut. I should probably make it as a sound redeem on the channel, because it is a cut line. And oh yeah, I can turn on browser noises. Okay, I can do that real quick. Channel dashboard. That would be Alcor. See if I can spell it right. I did not. There it is. I have it on screen and I still didn't spell it right. Yep, that's an Alzorath for you. Okay, I think. Okay, so browser is active. You guys are gonna hear it with me.
There was a very fat man here recently asking after the golden bird of Kuile. Have you heard of it? He kept muttering about ashes. I would imagine one golden bird's ash hole to be about the same as another, wouldn't you? There was a...
I mean... And yes, you also prefer cold iced coffee, particularly this time of year. Too damn hot in Florida to be drinking hot coffee? Exactly. Same here where I live. You may live in the crotch of Satan. I live in the armpit. Eat my disease. You're just spreading the plague everywhere. You know that. You're a super spreader, Daladon. Go for it. Oh, sorry. Why that term just popped into my head with a rabies druid? I think you know why. Okay, those gloves are just going to go... Oh, no, they're going to go in here in case we need them as a base to transform into something else. Patient Zero. If I remember, I might have to name my druid Impatient Zero. Because I am an impatient. Stubborn, but impatient individual. We will probably do a pinch of rabies. Because who doesn't like a little bit of disease? Okay, let's grab a little bit of healing. I think we're just gonna keep going forward. We're not even gonna worry about the spider's forest waypoint. I mean, we could just in case we, like, get screwed over and have to go through the most wonderful place in the world. They've got gnomes there. They've got fetish hair. I don't know. I can't rhyme right now. Just like off the cuff. I say, sir, have you heard of the Lord and Savior Phase Blade? I think we already have the pike set. Going back up here. Yeah, I think we already have one of these. I'm pretty sure. I really wish that was ethereal, but I'm pretty sure set items cannot spawn ethereal. Been a while since we've seen a shale, so it was a nice find at least, though. How many boss packs are we going to have? All the boss packs. They start trying to cheese me with their aura of damage. I'm going to be irritated. That is not what I said. It thought I said, if they keep damaging me with the aura, I'm going to meet you? What? Going to be irritated. There we go. I have to enunciate and not pronunciate things in an improper fashion. Or I can just start to intentionally mispronounce everything and see just how drunk not Google Translate, the Google speech-to-text thing gets. Of course, it doesn't transcribe my ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Only if I do it like Titus does it actually transcribe it. Titus? The Final Fantasy X blonde guy that frankly has the most irritating fake laugh ever. I am missing Holy Fire at the moment. Just because of these bastards. Yeah, I picked up garbage. This might be the waypoint. Do I particularly care about the waypoint? No, but I'm going to grab it anyway, just in case we end up with Gloamville. Oh, this isn't even waypoint. This is just random spot. I love having stuff that doesn't require repairs. If anyone ever wonders why I go Phase Blade so often on melee characters, that is pretty much the main reason. Yes, they're fast attacking. That is the other reason. But the fact that I don't have to repair shit is great to me. I think having to repair stuff every 5 minutes is a great thing for us to have gotten rid of in a lot of games. Still present in some of them. But it is something that is absolutely annoying. They get my hopes up, so yeah, I don't hate them, I just get irritated by them. It's literally just like, oh, here's your hopes and dreams. Nope, no hopes and dreams for you, buddy. Free socket, we keep those. Repair hammers in Oblivion. God. Don't remind me. I should... You know what? I should load up the original Oblivion and play it. But Quantic Flux, actually, one of the people I chat with about Twitch and YouTube and stuff every now and then, brought up a good point about why he doesn't play games like that. And I realized I play kind of the same way. Where I want to do everything, but I can remember nothing. Is how I phrased it in response to him saying that he gets too easily distracted by everything and doesn't remember what he's doing whenever he comes back to it. That is pretty much how I play those types of games. I think that might be why I like Morrowind so much. Because I can kind of forget what I'm doing and I still know, hey, center of map, that's where I need to be. If at any time you're lost as to what you're doing, just go towards the end. Oblivion, it's kind of all over the place. Same for Skyrim. Although Skyrim has a better marked map. What are we going into here? Absolute. Oh, this is probably the waypoint. Nope, I don't see. I thought that wall was actually a hole for us to go into. Could be the. Yeah, it's gonna be the waypoint. He was trying to run away and just immediately turns around into a sword. And no, I don't ever really bother going into Arachnid Lair. If you're farming for stuff, it's not terrible. It's just not really something I care that much about. I should come up with some kind of, like, generic thing to post out to people that I actually watch regularly. Could have sworn I just saw an item over there. Like, in there. It was a hallucination. As spiders hiss. I'm slightly tempted to add more enemies to this map for each week we miss. In Lancer. What's kind of the thing about Lancer is the campaign that I'm running, depending on their decisions, they could theoretically, this is just a theoretically, actually end it within days, like within like 1 or 2 sessions, or it could drag on for like a dozen more sessions. They've already had 2 opportunities to end it, but they didn't take them. But it was more of they would have had to really push things and possibly risk their characters' lives to end it. Because I told them this one would require survival stuff. The other one was basically the campaigns they had a choice of. I only gave them an option of 2. It was a D&D one in the world that I'm making for my TTRPG. But I'm just slowly getting distracted here. But yeah, it was a D&D one in the my TRPG world, or a Lancer one in to continue the story we were doing in Lancer. The Lancer one would be a survival one. I kind of think they figured by me saying that hey, we're on a ship. Guess what's gonna happen to that ship? Yes, it wrecked. But this is a survival one. I'm just experimenting with systems for it, trying to get Lancer to work for me. Let's see. There's things you like about both Oblivion and Skyrim, the things you don't like about them, but you put way too much time into both games. It is hard not to put too much time into both games. Especially if you're one of those people who tries to become the head of every guild. I want to be a wizard. I want to be a thief. I want to be an assassin. It is my creed. By the time you've got all that stuff, there's no chance of you actually losing the actual story stuff. Unless you just really mess up. The way you lose it is by forgetting where the next story thing is. You're a wizard, Harry. Stop gnawing on the leg of Malfoy. Malfoy soul. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through frickin' Grey Marsh. I can already tell you right now. Because we only have one branch off point. The way I know we've only got one branch off point is because we've gone through every northern spot. You can see right there and not had an exit. Our eastern slot over there didn't have an exit, so this is going to be Great Marsh. And yes, I do need to check that mage plate. Wink. But yeah, oh, it's only 2 socket. We'll still take it just in case we find some other weird rune words we want to try. I do eventually want to make most of the rune words. I might import my characters from vanilla to this, just so that I have access to... And no, we haven't seen our third enemy in the marsh. So I don't know if we're going to have Gloams or not yet. Can you not be running away from me there, you son of a bitch? That's not good. But yeah, you make specialized characters, but you always make a hybrid that's good at everything. Ah. Yeah, challenge characters that just focus on one thing are always kind of neat to go with. And I need to press that button. Still 75% block, that's good. Or Holy Shield. My brain just went... Yeah, I do... oh, as far as rune words. So there we go. I might import my characters from vanilla over to this, just for the purpose of making a bunch of rune words. Do I want to do it on the main channel if I do that? Not really. What I'll probably do is I'd probably make kind of like a rune word guide for this, like I did with original Diablo 2. And I need to actually update those guides as well if I actually want to stick with it. I don't know if I necessarily want to do that on the main channel, though, if I do. But if I do release them, they might be on the Let's Play Everything channel. Or do I just turn it into something else? Do I make yet another freaking channel just for that stuff? That'd be kind of sucky. But my main channel being reviews, I kind of want to stick with. I did try splitting it off, and getting any kind of growth for reviews is a pain in the ass, unless you already have a base. That said, if you're looking for the latest review, !video will show you the latest one. Are you not dead? There you go. Let's see. FOH is so fun and Flare Jungle is terrorized on P8. Monster density is insane if you get the right spawn of enemies. Yeah. Just all the flares getting nuked by stuff in this. Whenever you have it damaging all enemies, yes. Whenever you only have it damaging undead, no. Though if I remember correctly, they count as demons. I might need to double check on that. They might be beasts. Generally, my favorite place to go with a Fist of Heaven's Paladin, freaking Ancient Tunnels. Ancient tunnels through the mountain. Looks like we did not get a terrible Great March, at least. I'm not sure what's up with these guys. If you notice, they are getting, like, whenever they're not Holy Freeze, they get this, like, weird jittery color to them, which is mildly disconcerting to look at. Oh, no, they count as demons. Because the heavens will hurt them in LOD. Thought they were demons. So this would not be a bad place in vanilla either. Although you have plenty of beasts and like bramble hulks count as beasts. Ooh, that might be better. This is elite, so no, it's only 2 socket. Yeah, I'll take it. I need to just start a socket mule. Onwards to the east. Always into the east. I think this might be because we are doing cold and poison damage and all kinds of other stuff, and just trying to flicker between them. And I want that. Thank you. Caduceus are actually really good, but not necessarily the easiest thing to find. Now with the mod, the Halls of Anguish, Vought, etc. are great for FOH as well. Yeah, any dense area. Yes, I saw what was on that. Meditation, Paladin skills, faster cast rate, faster hit recovery. Jeez. I'm stretching my neck there. So that is not a bad one. You're just over here getting beat up by those guys. Can you not just hang out by them? Thank you. I mean, if that was plus all skills, that would just be an auto pick for a sorceress. This is Paladin. It's still good. Cryptic Axe is going to be one of those that's like super... Well, it's not awful, Rex. But yeah, what we're looking for is just the path to the next area. I think I see where it's gonna be. It's gonna make me annoyed. You wanna know why? Because we almost got to skip. Yeah, it's gonna be on the tail end over here. It's not as close as I thought it was gonna be, but I am willing to bet it's gonna be just attached up there. Or it's just going to be straight off of it. For some reason, I thought that was just going to be... Okay, yep, hi. Because the heaven would be kind of nice here right now. Oh, that was a gem. Mercenary, don't die. Because the heaven would be nice just to get rid of those idiots. Without having to find the bridge. And yes, we do retaliatory damage as well. That is another thing that I have kind of built into this. I guess I was wrong. It's not just off the end. It might be down here, though. This is going to be probably the longest wander in Act 3 I think we've had to do in a while. A goal and an L. Cute. Takes forever to kill act bosses, but dense areas, woo! Yes, exactly. Although with a good... Yeah, this is not going to go anywhere. With a good, Holy Bolt, act bosses are not actually that bad. Because you can spam the shit out of that. But yeah, they are much more area clear kind of builds. And personally, I know a lot of people generally prefer going after bosses because, you know, shiny uniques. Oh my goodness. I do prefer area clears because bases and runes. We don't do bots here. Don't add that person on Discord, by the way. I don't know if it... I don't think it actually shows you that stuff whenever they... do you guys see the little squares that say ban evader and stuff like that? Maxed out on rabies? What do you do now? Fireclaw, Fireclaw, fire. No, probably on the druid. It depends on whether you want to stick to the theme or not. If you don't want to stick to the theme, then Fireclaw is probably the best. Whereas if it's going to be you want to stay killing with the poison, I would probably lean more into probably summons. And add more poison. Well, Poison Creeper's poison fights with the rabies poison. They conflict each other rather than stacking on each other. Although I don't remember if there's a synergy between them because I don't use them like hardly ever. If there's a synergy between them, yeah, get that up to boost your poison damage. I think there might be. You have the Thorn Spirit too for more reduced resist on enemies. They changed that one really, like, way too much. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The Barbed Spirit just doesn't ever get used for a reason. I mean, it's not a bad spirit. It's actually your main alternative to a Thorns Mercenary. But just doesn't have the same utility. You don't see them just message deleted. Yeah, I deleted it pretty quick, but there are... Oh, we have Berserkers. We can actually start building up Berserkers. Yeah, I know that might just be mod view stuff. I can see when people are ban evaders or when they are likely spam account. That one was a ban evader, which I have banned several bots that have tried to do stuff like that. They're usually trying to hijack Discord accounts. That is one of the few things that actually overrides the new chatter thing, funnily enough. Yeah, I can generally, as a mod view, you can see new chatter, ban evaders, and filtered, and there's one other thing that you can see. Raid people. Yeah, that's what it is. Came from raid. Fight a mob in the hallway of the Countess, then walk into her death animation. Yeah, she doesn't have great poison resist. That probably would work pretty well. And yes, we will get the Gid bin in just a minute. I'm just going to clear this place out first. We don't want surprises. We don't like surprises around here. Surprises are bad. Okay, let's pop you. Where are you hiding at? That wasn't bad.
Blade shall pierce the heart of evil.
Go find a waypoint. You love this build on the mod? Yeah, I have a feeling it's actually a lot more viable in the mod. There's a few builds that got that kind of treatment. Physical damage and magic damage reduction. Ooh. We might be looking at that one in a minute. I should work on some post-game items as well in this, because there's, if I remember correctly, there's more potential drops in there. God, it's already hot as hell. Okay, back off. Garbage. You're just gonna have a stack of every bloody rune possible? Possibly. And the kit is more broad to accommodate it? Or, yeah, when they drop 2.06, there will be significant changes to the Poison, Necro, and Druid. That could be a possibility, yeah. I forget what version I'm playing on. I'm playing on the same version we played the Necromancer on. I am bad at remembering to update mods. Ooh, Ogre Axe. That might actually be an okay base. We have a bunch of Ogre Axes already, but hey. Can always use a few more. Go mercenary, go mercenary, go. Oh, Jesus. I like. That's okay. I like this. Yeah, it would have been 2.05. It's been a few months. Because it was only, we did it right before Expedition 33. So, yeah. And that hasn't even been out a month. +2 Druid skills, 32% enhanced weapon damage, 198% enhanced defense, which is useless to us. That's the only useless thing there. Strength, energy. Energy's kind of useless, but cannot be frozen. That is good. Here's hoping this is the waypoint. Just right here by where we need to be. It'd be so nice. It could possibly be if this is a dungeon right here. If it's not... Oh, it is. So that means this is the waypoint. Let's go drop off, like, our piles of crap real quick. Okay, goal. Still not getting, like, jaws and stuff like that, which really sucks. I might need to start, like, sweeping this difficulty, or I might just need to transfer in some from, like, my single player. I don't want to do that. because that throws off the balance a bit. We'll wait until after we've done every single class, if we do end up doing something like that. But I have more than enough stuff in vanilla to equip a lot of things. I wish there was a way to craft these. Okay, things we're keeping. That. Of course, those. I mean, that's fine. I just move stuff around so it doesn't auto-load into, like, crappy spots. Thresher will kind of keep. Those go into the other one. Templar gets sold. Mage Plate is fine. Caduceus is something we keep as well. This is our, like, these are rares we might turn into something. Pile of nonsense. That's a keep, that's a sell, that's a keep, that's a keep, that's a keep, that's a sell. Kane, identify stuff for me, please. Because I forgot to. Just gonna swap that. Reimagine looks pretty cool. It is pretty good. How's it going, Degenerate? You're surprised I didn't get any playing Necro? They drop in Nightmare Terror Zones in this mod? Wow. Yeah, I was just unlucky then. We actually did some Terror Zones with the Paladin, too. In Nightmare. Those can get thrown into the stack. That's going to be kept. That's going to be... sold, sold, sold. I'm just doing inventory real quick. This is the first gameplay you've seen at all besides Debrunsky's overview. We are going through pretty much blind. I've seen a little bit of Debrunsky's video on it. This is recommended by a viewer, though. Just as something to do for... Basically, we're doing it as downtime between other games that we're doing for reviews. You think everything except for Zod can drop in Nightmare Terror Zones? Ooh, nice. Crafting gets nuts in the end game, and the funny thing is, on your first 3 characters in the mod, they all had Zod drop in Hell Den. What's funny is, the 2 Zods I got in Vanilla were dropped really close together time-wise, and were in very unexpected places. That's a keep as well. It'll just swiggle in there. Trying to think if I can make a spot for... Actually, no, we don't need to keep any of that. We need to keep this. Which I don't think we have a 3 vertical spot that we can kind of wiggle out of this. But I'm bad at Tetris, so I might be wrong. It's worth trying. Tons of fun. Yeah, definitely. It's one of the better mods for Diablo 2 in general. It's got kind of the same spirit as PD2 did, without going PvP because it can't be played online. That's the only big downside to it, is it can't be played online. Okay, those all get sold. This goes back in there after we condense those. Yes, stackable gems. Yomp. Toss those in. It's a good chunk of money. Currently run mods on single player, but they're just quality of life. Having all these different item sets, uniques looks cool. Yeah, and for the most part, most of the ones we've found have been pretty well balanced. Some are a little on the strong side, like this one. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to justify getting rid of unless we make an exile or something like that. But we found that fairly early on, and I am sticking with it because it comes with the 3 sockets in it. You hadn't played D2R online in so long that it was easy to transition. I mostly play single player too. Very rarely will I hop on and actually do like a ladder, but I won't be racing for the top. I'll just be playing in ladder just to see what people are doing. And then I give all the stuff away at the end of ladder. But beyond that, I don't really see a point to playing it online unless I want to play with other people. Which I don't mind playing with other people. It's just... that's not what I'm usually doing because I'm not able to sit playing this game for that period of time
This magic ring.
to actually make it become a regular community thing. And my God, no wonder this ring did you no good. It is garbage, my dude. Pay me for it. Pay me to take it off of you. Okay, time to go into the depths. This place is gonna suck if we have a lot of bone fetishes. Just looking at what the opening is. No bone fetishes in this pack, at least. We want to be on this side because this is where the shamans are. I want to be where the shamans are. Oh, we have the undead ones. Definitely need to not be running with these around. 75% block is super important with them. Getting the mercenary in front of them is even better. Mercenary doesn't take damage from them exploding. We're taking the walking route. There we go. Mainly because I have a feeling we're going to have them on every floor. They're a fairly common spawn down here. Hey, you guys. This mercenary is a lot stronger than I gave him credit for. They're heavily nerfed in the mod. The explosion shouldn't kill you. Oh, okay. Then I won't care about them. And then I just immediately go and die. Well, I wonder if there's an enemy in here. Oh, no. There couldn't be. Hiding under the water. Never. That's why I always love, like, friendly auras on those guys. They don't help them. They're not exactly something that benefits from it. Hush, we're hiding under the water. If that was upgraded, it'd be good. Weapon damage, attack rating. It's not great. We'll keep it just because. Gonna feel bad if I get one shot. I don't think even on vanilla, if I'm players 1, I don't think I'd get one shotted from them. I would be down at like 300 life. I have physical damage reduction. So I don't think I would get one shotted by them. I hope. Take the Warhammer, because that's a set we haven't seen before. Or at least we haven't seen that part of the set before. Do they ever stop? No. Ooh. I think that's the first time we've seen just a wild unique charm. Unique small charm. We've seen grand charms. I'm going to get to the stairs and then we will look at what it is. And no, I don't count the splash damage charm as a wild charm. That is a guaranteed drop in normal. Okay, we are here. That is 2-socket, that is garbage. Hand of the Vindicator. That is basically Sivverbs, but it has a minimum. But yeah, having a lot of variety helps. There is a point where there's too much variety, because that just basically RNG swarms you, which sucks. Let's go ahead and identify. I'm going to identify it in here. Autumn's Avatar. Maximum weapon damage, strength, life, and mana. It's physical damage. I think it goes in instead of the XP charm. $15.50, $14.91. Yeah, that's way more. This one's tempting, but it's giving us more cold, which I do want more sources of because that leaves them chilled longer. What is our cold resist? Actually, we can spare that. That one is fine. So we'll do this. That seems like a better compromise to me. Because we're still at max cold. We've got cold out the wazoo. Yeah, it's upgradable. We can't upgrade it any further because I don't have the runes for it. But we've got the Furious Devastation right now. I think there's 2 tiers above this. If I remember correctly. Because it goes down to like, I think it's 80% and then 10-10 or something like that. Or 85-10-10. Yeah, that helped out our damage quite a bit, and that's physical damage, so it actually gets bumped up by fanaticism. So that 10 turns into, like, I think 15? No, it turns into 60. No, it's about 100 damage difference. Okay. Yeah, I forget who pointed out. I think it might have been you or Adam pointed out that it's upgradable. And then I went down the rabbit hole of upgrading it. I'm so glad I gave him that pillar thing. Pillar of Faith, because cleansing, actually handy down here. Good for dealing with them their curses. Still trying to figure out the Holy Shield changes. I think it was meant to nerf Smite and help Zeal. At the same time, I would rather have more physical damage. Okay, I think it's this way up. I know where the end is. It's a matter of finding, like, the holes. I never remember where the holes are in this. This way? No. This way. Yeah, this is a floor you pretty much never come to. Which I think is probably a good thing. Because if they put something that was necessary to farm down here, that would suck. Yeah, I do like the addition of more unique charms and stuff like that. I wish there were rare charms. That's another thing that I wish for, but we'll never actually see that in vanilla. This isn't World of Warcrafty, you know. Warcraft. No farming in horrible dungeons. There is one farming in a horrible dungeon. I'm glaring at you, Nilithak. Through him and the dead horse he rode in on. 25 all that's actually not a bad shield. I would, if I didn't have a good shield, that would be like, oh, I just basically found my resist shield for the next hour. This just goes in here. We might need to dump stuff off on a to be sorted 2 guy again. I did that right before stream, and we're already almost full again because I'm a hoarder of items. Upend items. Okay, so we have player done. All that's left is actually the reasonable stuff in this act. This is not unreasonable, it's just meh. This rare charms would be great, but the crafted grand charms can get really bonkers if you roll the right mods. I'm gonna have to look those up, because that sounds like it might be what I'm missing. Because we actually have quite a few grand charms that I've just kind of like been sitting on. It seems like we could mess around with them a bit. Who'd have thought there'd be all these flares in the flare jungle? Make crafted sunders that roll random affixes while removing the resistance penalty. Ooh, interesting. The spooters with magic resist survive the longest in catacombs at the moment. Well, damn. That's a crafting jewel. Chance of plus skills, high resist, stuff like that. Ooh. So crafted ones, I might need to actually invest in those for our third character. We shall see. Okay, that's not going to be the way we want to go. It doesn't. That place just doesn't matter. I don't know why I started wandering down there and then I caught myself. I'm like, wait, we've already done everything here. Our job now is east. Always into the east. Yeah, I imagine the zombies are just always going to resist you, though, with poison. Although I wager with some Sunder stuff, you don't have to worry about that. Get a Sunder and some minus res going, and you're fine. Especially since it seems that minus poison resist is actually fairly common now. Which boosts pretty much every poison build, makes Poison Nova Necromancer even more viable. It was already pretty damn viable. Solo self-found. Although for act bosses it sucks. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I only just noticed that because I don't have any alerts up yet. I think I will eventually put up alerts. Not like noise alerts. I hate noise alerts. I hate dropping into a stream and hearing like stuff. It throws me off. I'd rather slip in with just a raid and just be quietly welcomed. It's not the worst thing ever. I have had worse things happen on raids. There's so few immunes with the mod now outside of uniques that sunders aren't a huge need for most cases. Yeah. Most classes, sorry. Yeah, I have noticed that enemies are tankier, but they don't have the blanket immunities they had before. Blanket immunities suck. And them removing the ability of guided arrow to pierce sucks. I love piercing guided arrow. It is the best. Oh, good luck with Andariel. Poison Queen versus Poison King. Who will win? I think you will win because they aren't going to regenerate. Finally into the relatively sane part of this nonsense. Speaking of sane part, I might have to do a BRB for about 10-15 minutes in a little bit, just so I can set up the video for today. I have it uploaded, I just need to do all kinds of nonsense. And yes, I should have put it to Players 8 before doing that. Stretching real quick. Mainly because I have it uploaded now, and I think it's actually finished. It's done uploading. Is it done processing? Yes. It's another roguelite tower defense. I am a sucker for those of you that are wondering. Action RPGs, roguelike tower defense, and turn-based RPGs, my bread and butters. I don't know why it's like hitching every now and then. Normally doesn't do that here. We might have actually just had the game running for too long in one sitting. That or I was running into the sides of buildings and it wasn't sure which way to send me. It's also a possibility. Metroidvanias are also on that list. There is not a genre of game that I can't find at least one game that I enjoy in it. Yes, even the crappy ones. Like, I will not go out of my way for a hidden object game, but if the art's good, I don't mind looking at it. I'll give it 20 minutes. I'm not going to cover it on the channel because, frankly, hidden object games, as boring as they are to play usually, they're twice as boring to watch. Although that might be saying something about me as a commentator. If you can't make the most boring game interesting, how can you make any game interesting? No, that's not how this works. Generally speaking, I will cover a game as long as I think there is something worth talking about on it. That's also why I will do negative reviews, but even though I try to keep most of them games I can recommend, I will sometimes review ones I'm like, this game's shit. Avoid it. I haven't had to do that in a while, though. I mean, we did that with Immortal. Because, although that one was more, this game is okay, but it's made bad by some of the business decisions. I think Immortal would have been perfectly fine as a game in and of itself if they would have balanced it around being a game in and of itself. Wouldn't have been great. It would have been fairly basic, but it's a mobile game. Thing is, it's all geared around microtransactions and getting you to engage with them. So it just kind of sucks you out of the game and makes it go from mediocre to absolute butt cheeks. You're better off playing Diablo 3. Although Diablo 3, despite the jokes I make about it, is not a terrible game. It's just not And Diablo 4 suffers from it as well, but a different kind. Diablo 3 is an arcade action RPG. Diablo 4 is a reasonable-ish games as a service action RPG. I say ish. I'm not a huge fan of how they've monetized it, but it's not the worst ever. It's just greedy. And the fact that it's never going to have an end. Because as soon as you put an end on a game like that, guess what happens? People stop playing it. We will go down there in a moment. That place will probably wreck our teeth. Okay, so it can't be down here, but we're going to go ahead and go around to get up to the top. Thankfully, these guys can't revive them. They can only heal them. Did we kill the other one? No. They make the weirdest noises when they die. Always throws me off a little bit. This should be, yeah, that's the bridge across. We have plenty to do down here. I am, however, going to move my pedals over here so I can actually get some leg movement going again. Yes, I do pedal while playing, for those of you that are curious, and I recommend you get up and move around too. Wireless headphones, listen on phone, that kind of stuff. It's fine as well, but I recommend moving every now and then. Keep that blood circulating so you don't end up with blood clots in your ass. I don't see how these people can sit unmoving for like 14 hours straight streaming. They say, oh, I fidget in my seat. No, that's not enough. You need the muscles moving. Consistently and reliably. As I just whack my knee on the desk. I'm sure that sounded great. Sounded peachy keen. Yeah, this, in general, maintains a similar level of difficulty to vanilla Diablo 2. It progresses a little bit smoother, and I would say that the bosses are a little too spongy. That's pretty much my main criticism of it, is they made the bosses too spongy. In Hell difficulty. In Nightmare and stuff, it's fine. It's only Hell difficulty where they feel like Borderlands bosses, where it's just like, I'm gonna just have to throw more bullets at it. There's another poignard. Where is our waypoint, for God's sake? Where the hell? Oh, I see it. We passed it by and I didn't even notice it on the map. I am SMRT smart. It's right by everything we need. You've never understood how people can do that. Well, to be fair, you're not in the greatest shape. I'm not in great shape either. I am fat because I like food. You have a hard time sitting still for more than an hour or two before you have to get up and spend some time moving around. I'm actually doing it right now. You might hear my voice go into Doppler effect as I move back and forth by the mic. That's an exaggerated thing. But generally speaking, if you ever hear like a weird like squeak every now and then in the background, it's actually my chair. And it's because I have a pedal thing that I am pretty much consistently pedaling underneath the desk to keep my legs moving. Sometimes I have to stretch and that's when I'm making old man noises. Like stretch my arms, get them wiggling a little bit. But yeah, generally speaking, while I'm streaming, about half to 3/4 of the time I am pedaling these tiny little thing under my desk, and yes, it does get warm around like the friction point, but that's not a big issue. It's more just keeping moving. Because I already have predispositions to a lot of bad health things whenever it comes to circulation, so that's going to be fun. Food is king. And yes, I know grapes are not the healthiest thing. I haven't eaten healthy the past week or so.
Hello.
Greetings.
That's going to get sold. That's going to get sold. We've got actual Spine Ripper now. That's going to get sold. Junk Jewels. They're not bad for you, but if that's all you've eaten all day, it's not good. They're pretty much just a little bit of... I don't remember if they have fiber. They've got fructose and stuff in them, and I eat the skins, so that's probably a little bit of fiber. But I've just spent the last 4.5 hours snacking on half a bowl of grapes. Yeah, they're not terrible for you. That is a weird one. That is a 5 to 5. +5 minimum, +5 maximum one. At least if it works like in vanilla. But no, yesterday I had corn dogs, which is not healthy at all. Some hash browns, which are okay. They were not healthy hash browns, though. Homemade are way better. Just heat up your lunch, leftover ham and mac and cheese. I love... I have a soft spot for, like, the nasty-ass Kraft mac and cheese. There is a soft spot in me for that. I will eat it. It's not going to make me upset that people don't appreciate it. I have a soft spot for that, but I do prefer homemade. With some provolone, some pepper jack, sharp cheddar. Corn dogs are amazing. They're handy, because I don't have to get my hands messy to eat them. Regular hot dogs, that's getting everywhere. Let's go back to Bazaar and actually start doing these things. We have sewers and our target zone up there. Buy one, get one at Publix? Haha! I can appreciate that. I cannot appreciate this landing in here. Jesus. I'm glad I have high block and all of these little shits are physical. Let's get physical. Physical. Oh, geez. That was a landing for sure. No chill whatsoever. Yeah, we're fairly well equipped. It's not like this is going to be awful. Crescent Moon is easily one of the better kind of cheap budget swords you can get in vanilla and in this. Got the static field off of it, the lightning resist piercing. It's fast. It has ignore target defense, which means that it works well against everything except for act bosses. It's just good. Your wife and eat children sometimes. Got to keep it fun, right? Only if you have a house made out of candy. Then it is fine. Actually, isn't it like a gingerbread house in Hansel and Gretel? Don't remember. Exactly. While you usually make more traditional meals with proteins, veggies, and starches, sometimes you just want a fucking pizza roll or a straight up pizza. I did that the other day. There's a few things that happen if I mentioned way earlier in the stream that I will randomly crave grease, and my body does weird stuff if I don't feed that one. I know this is a weird thing to like go into, but basically, stage one is I will start craving something greasy. Something like I will start craving pizza or eat like children. Oh. I'm just gonna leave that. Nom 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 nom. Turning into some. Oh wow, it said a lot of noms on that. Okay, cool. But either way, I'll crave something greasy. Like I will start craving pizza or like takeout burgers or that kind of stuff. Sometimes fried chicken. I'll start craving that. If I don't feed that craving or get some kind of like high protein, high fat thing within me within the next like couple days, my joints and stuff will actually start hurting more, and it feels like my tendons are getting rough whenever that happens. But as soon as I eat some, it just goes away, and I don't know why. I don't know what would cause that. I know the solution. Someone's gonna probably like WebMD that and tell me that I'm dying from some god-awful like tumor in my gallbladder or something. But yeah, it's just one of those odd things. And it's been that way since, geez, my mid-20s. It's like my body just gets fed up with me not having greasy stuff for a while. It's like so strange. Which is also kind of sucky because greasy stuff, if I eat too much of it all at once, gives me acid reflux because I'm old. There's almost always some kind of fat kid snack in your freezer for a rainy day. Frozen pizzas, chicken patties, tenders, stuff like that. Yeah, same. And it's also just a convenience food. Like, there are days when I just don't feel like making anything. Like, there are days where I will do the IKEA sandwich. And for those wondering what IKEA sandwich is, it's basically where you get out all the parts of a sandwich and you eat them individually. Bread optional. You just snack on them on a plate. It's kind of like a not fancy and not sane, whatchamacallit, charcuterie board. There we go. Just snack on a piece of lettuce and then follow it with some salami and cheese. Throw in a tomato. Yeah, those guys are magic resist. That's half of our damage. I call it the IKEA sandwich because your stomach assembles it whenever it gets there. Charcuterie board for one. You have a weird one you make from your childhood? Oh, do tell. I think right now in the freezer I have like half a bag of pizza rolls and a tub of soft serve ice cream. Mint chocolate chip. We do have some corn dogs in there. The hash browns I tried are kind of meh. Wouldn't buy them again. Do not recommend. I think it's better to just go with potato crowns. You wrap some small dill pickles up in thinly sliced lunch meat or ham or bologna. Bologna. I can say bologna. I can read words. Apparently I can't because I didn't read the like. My brain, it skipped the words. You understand the words coming out of my mouth? Only about 1/3 of them. But yeah, we actually sold something kind of like that, except it didn't have the pickle. They actually sell, and it's way overpriced for what it is. You can buy the same thing and make it yourself for like 1/10 the price. But they sell salami and usually it's provolone or mozzarella wrapped up into a spiral. Nothing else. Pickles would cause it to go off in the fridge. Roll the pickles up and that stuff, yeah. No, wrap, I think wrap was the right word. Basically, you're putting it there and you're rolling it into that filling thing. Here's a question for you. Do you like bread and butter pickles? I might have a recommendation for you if the answer is they're fine. Yes. The ones Sargento, I think, had one for a while. The one that we sold started with a P. Like Pirelli or something like that. But yeah, they have those. They don't taste that good. No, none of them do. It's better to get actual real good salami and real good cheese. I like the Sargento pepper jack sticks for that. But do that with some good lunch meat. Just get good lunch meat and you're set. But no, if you like pickles, I'm not even a bread and butter pickle fan and I like these. I think they're just fine. I would rather have dill. But they're called Wickle Pickles. Not a sponsor. Probably don't even know I exist. But definitely just get their original Wickle Pickles. They've got a little bit of spice to them. And I'm talking just a little bit. It's you'd have to eat like half the jar to actually start to feel any kind of burn. They're not like Tabasco pickles or anything. But they've got a little bit of heat to them, and they're kind of bread and butter pickles. They're thick cut. Oh my god, putting those on burgers is just... The fat man in me comes out. Roar. Yeah, that, a little bit of pepper jack on a toasted bun with just a good burger. Chef's kiss. But yeah, they're spelled like W-I-C-K-L-E, I believe. Might be E-L, but I think it's L-E. And they're kind of like almost a brownish green. Not exactly the most pleasing color, but they are great. The relish is okay. I can never finish a jar of that. They have 2 or 3 different kinds of pickles. Just the original's the good one. They have an extra spicy one that's kind of meh. We'll try those. And let's go ahead and stack these back up again. And Am is there. We are at 1/5 of our storage of Orbs of Infusion. We need to start using those. Yeah, Wickle Pickles are really good. Definitely recommend them. The relish is pretty good. Never finish it, though. Which is unfortunate, because it's one of those that I like, but I'll reach a point where I just burn out on it before the jar is done. Because there's only so much I can put relish on. It's good on hot dogs. It's good on Italian sandwiches. Like if you do like an herb and cheese bread with, say, like a salami, pepperoni, probably a ham if you like ham on there. Don't do like honey ham. Do like smoked ham. And some of that relish on there. Pretty good. Today's stream is brought to you by Alzorath is a fat ass. We're going to throw those in there too. You have multiple stacks of orbs. You'll be using the infusions a ton for item upgrades later on. Okay. Like if we're doing post-game stuff.
May the Black Book deliver us from evil.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have a mule for overstacking. Although this is actually working pretty good for me, just having the battery and then having like the goodish runes, goodish gems there. Just having these sitting down here. We're eventually probably going to need one, though, because as our runes start stacking over 100, it's going to start getting weird. Weird. Gablin stopped streaming. Excuse me. No, he didn't. I'm always sorry. I was just reading something in someone else's chat. I think a bot may have found them. For those of you wondering, yes, bots have gotten more advanced. For those of you that are curious, there's a number of bots going around that will actually hold conversations in chat. They use ChatGPT. It's more common if you have something like what I have on Twitch. They'll do it on YouTube too, where they can pull the captions on it. But yeah, let's see. The high level upgrades for enhanced damage each cost an infusion orb in addition to other mats, and you can upgrade one-handed 5 times, two-handed 10 times. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm going to burn through them pretty quickly. I need the high runes to do that stuff, sadly. Now we have everything except for probably the most dangerous part of this. Let's go ahead and put our stats in. How's our block rate? 75, sure. Travancore is going to be the most dangerous part of this, without a doubt. Mercenary's going to die, and then we're going to get overwhelmed. Usually how this happens. I should do this again real quick. Are we going to beat it today? Probably not. Probably going to get through Act 3. I don't know if we'll get through Act 4 and 5. We might get through Act 4. That's kind of it on the fence. But before that, we're going to have to go ahead and take a BRB in just a little bit, just so I can finish setting up the video for the day. The only thing I don't like about these guys is they try and fly away too much. But yeah, you can make some crazy strong stuff, yeah. Does not surprise me. Especially, I wager with corruption, you can go even further. But then you're risking destroying the base item. What I'm wagering you want to do is you want to find a good base item, corrupt it, and hope not to have it turn into garbage. And then you want to do the enchants up to 5 times, probably. If I had to guess, that's the order that people are wanting to do it. That's the way I would do it just on first look. I haven't tried corrupting anything yet. All I know is that it turns it into a rare if you do. If you fail it, that is. Corruption is a whole can of worms, but it's worth it for rune word bases. Okay. You can still put rune words in it after corrupting it? That makes me curious how they did the back end for it. So it must just be a modifier on the base item. I'll have to remember this. I should join the server for this, but I'm always hesitant to join things whenever it comes to Diablo 2 stuff. I hate to say that, but it's one of those things that, like, if I drop in on, like, say, Llama's chat, all of a sudden I get, like, I don't mind the messages. I think it's more appropriate if you're going to, if someone's going to be like, hey, I like your videos, DM that stuff rather than interrupting somebody else's chat for it. Because I do like hearing that. It makes me feel good about my old videos. It's just, it feels like it detracts from the other person's channel, if that makes sense. And I always feel bad about that. Because if I'm joining in on a chat, I'm not there to advertise. Generally speaking, advertising in anyone's chat is a bad idea. And I know there's plenty of people who do it. There's plenty of people who go for it. Plenty of people who don't let it bother them, but it just feels rude to me to interrupt somebody else's stream. And that's what it feels like. Because then, like, half their chat turns into, hey, guys! I've had it happen, I think, twice in my streams, where somebody came in and everybody was, like, gushing over them or having a conversation with them and not about the stream, and it felt very weird to try and... Jeez, that is not feeling good. Grab that, grab that. But yeah, it just felt weird to carry on the conversation, kind of like around people talking. If that makes sense. Because then you're kind of guessing, was that comment towards me or towards this other side conversation? Yeah, you guys just keep shooting me. I don't want him to die. Another Chars. We've gotten, that's our third one, I think, of those. Yeah, bind base, corrupt, upgrade, punch sockets, make rune word. Okay. I would think it would be find base, corrupt. Oh, it's just straight punching sockets in there. Okay. I would think that upgrades would be after making the rune word. But because then you could actually... Wonder where my weapon was. Because then you'd be able to actually know what kind of rolls you got on the rune word. Because some of them have some pretty variable stats. That said, the ones that have variable stats are good even if you get the low end, usually. Just not as good as a perfect. Okay, we're just looking for the stairs. See what kind of trouble we can get into. Probably a lot on this floor. Mercenary, why? Why did you go over there? So which way the... Okay, let me go ahead and dump down here. Get them off of him, please. Thank you. The way it's coded, if you do upgrades after making the rune words, the upgrades go away if you use rune pliers to re-roll it. Well, see, what I would do is the upgrades go away. So if you upgrade the base item, you can roll the rune word as many times as you want using rune pliers to get a better roll on the variables. Okay. Okie dokie. I get what you're going at. So basically, in the long run, it's not going to actually make a difference. But and the upgrades will stay on the base item. So it works either way. If you don't plan on re-rolling it, like if you re-roll it before doing the upgrades, you can re-roll it several times and get it that way. Find the base things you want, and you could always put the upgrades in afterwards. If you do it with that, you're just basically making sure you get the upgrades you want regardless. And if you end up wanting to get that extra 1%, you don't have to worry about those upgrades going away if you do it before. Okay. I almost dropped a heal on him, and he just, like, popped back up to full. Don't know why. But yeah, they go away if you upgrade the completed rune word. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. I see why now. I know that if you're going to add modifiers to set items, you're supposed to take those off first. Like the other parts of the set, that is. Otherwise, it won't stick either. Can you guys not kill my mercenary, please? They went, like, straight for him. They're coming right at us. Jesus, they are murdering his face. I'll keep going until I find the waypoint, most likely. I'm gonna miss his auras, but I think we'll be okay. I think. Yeah, they just nuke him. Not sure why. Look, it's a chip ruby. Please throw me in a socket. I'm already missing my mercenary and his on his cleansing. And that meteor hurts. I think that's what was hitting me intermittently before that was wrecking my face. Yeah, it's meteor. Shit. I thought we had good fire resist. But apparently I do not. Trying to get away from the frickin' fire boys. Yeah, those meteors hurt like a freaking truck. For example, if you want to reuse that base item for another rune word, if you use rune pliers, keep the upgrades, resocket if necessary, and make another rune word. Upgrading set items, you have to pull other set items off the... Put other set items into the shared stash, reload the game, and then do the upgrades. Otherwise, they go into the full set bonuses instead of on the item itself. Screenshot of Breath of the Dying you made on Discord as a general example of what you can make. Okay.
Yes?
Breath of the Dying is fun. Not a rune word I use very often. It's not just because it has a Zod in it. It's more because there's, like, better ones. Although it is good for ethereal ones. You have just a 6-socket ready to wreck stuff. Let's go ahead and get Mercenary back. But yeah, you can DM it on the server, or you can just put it in gaming. That's fine, too. Either one works. Mercenary got wrecked, though. Soul. We're setting all of our stuff down to 0. Chars, we're going to actually keep. Hey, Ormus, how you doing? It's just one you made for a Fury Druid Tectonic Slam Barb? Oh. Okie dokie. Get that out of there. Get it back in there. And you have to do those one at a time, sadly. Okay, let's go and try to find that waypoint without losing Mercenary again. I don't know why they in particular wreck him so hard. Please turn on your aura, friend. Friend. Turn on your aura. He's not going to turn it on. He's going to wait until he's almost dead to turn on his aura. It's almost like they've actually activated their exploding damage for mercenaries. Because I can block it. He cannot. Okay, this Durance level 2 is causing hate on me. And yeah, we're just getting weakness every now and then on us. I don't know what's casting that. Are we getting it from something that I'm not seeing? I really have no idea where the weakness casts are coming from. They're just hitting us randomly. Yeah, it's going to be around the edge somewhere. This is probably going to be stairs down. That's stairs down to 3. I want this for farming purposes, but I should make a character that is like a 1.09 barbarian. Or even a 1.08 barbarian. Just to see how that would do in the modern versions. I don't think it would do too well. But it might. You never know. Dual Fury Barbarian. Obviously, I'm not going to get, like, the high-end stuff. Because, like, oh, for fuck's sake, you bastard. I know why he died, because of the amp damage, but still sucks. Oh, God. I'm just going to hide in here for a minute. Oh, that wears off. New skills. That. I will check it in uno momentos, senor. Boop. It is indestructible, 50% chance to cast Poison Nova, usual stuff. Increased attacks. Oh, that enhanced weapon damage is really nice. Fire, lightning, cold. Yeah, that's not bad. That's would probably. I think the only weapon I would like more than that would be an Archon staff, one of those. Because Archon staves are fun there too. Yeah, that looks pretty strong.
Good evening.
Great Hauberk with 2 sockets. I mean, we'll keep it. And a sick bow for Azan as well, but you don't have an image of that one. It's similar to the Broken Promise rune word. Oh. I'm still sitting here humming and hawing over what I want to do with this. Because this seems like it's going to be a very interesting thing to mess with. Could find an Archon staff, it would have gone in it, yeah. Ethereal Archon staves are a nightmare to find. I think I've only found 3 so far. Because usually they're magic or just normal socketed. Sometimes rare if I'm doing magic finding. But yeah, they're pretty uncommon. They're kind of up there with like sacred armor and stuff like that, where it's you'll get a few, you'll see them kind of plink around, but you'll very rarely find one that you want to do stuff with. And it has to be ethereal to really justify it. The stat recs on it are priceless, though. Okay, mercenary, we're trying this again. And this way is the wrong way. Actually, no, it might be the right way. This could actually be... We're going to put a town portal here, so we can just walk back if we want to. Oh, what the... They're hitting him through the wall. Cute. Stamina Shrine, the most useless shrine in this mod possible. Oh, it's not up here. Yeah, we're going to have to kill everything along the way. Just to make this more reasonable. Yeah, I think they're casting it on death. I think they just have a % chance to cast weakness on death. Those didn't. But I do think it is the cadavers doing it. Cadavers. Taking a break, got to Sanctuary, and even with rabies, whatever is just still... I feel that. Right now, we are reaching the point where Zeal is... Ink. Okay, HP ones, yes. Need another full rejuve to drop so I don't have to go back to town for it. Yeah, it has to be these cadavers. Like it's like a 5% chance or something. It's so confusing. Only one socket.
Thanks.
Please don't go find more. One second, sneeze. Well, that one kicked me in the teeth. Jesus. Woof. Woof. Ah. That made my eyes water. Drink time. Oh, lordy. Excuse me. You got those. You're fighting those in the Claw Viper Temple when you're getting weakness before? Yeah. I think it's an on death effect. That hit me sideways. Jesus. There we go. When in doubt, eat a grape. It might clear your throat out a little bit. But where the hell is our waypoint? We're going to have to fight through these bastards again. No. Jesus Christ. It's not even... I really don't know why we're taking so much damage from those. Are they, like, shifted to physical or something? We're going to need our mercenary to get our body back. I don't even know if we're going to be able to do that. But that's... I don't know why we're taking so much damage. We were taking a lot of damage from them in the... whatchamacallit before, too. Oh, come on. Okay, so we need to go this way. Where we died was down. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little rough. We had just leveled up, thankfully. I just don't know why that's doing so much damage to us. We have 81% or something like that fire resist. And it's not mitigating shit, and he's taking, like, extremely large amounts of damage. Fuck's sake. From those little fuckers exploding. Yes, I know I lost experience. I don't give a goddamn fuck. Yeah, I don't think we're actually going to be able to get our body back because of just the I don't know what's actually causing it to do so much damage. They are actually feeling like their damage is off for some reason. I know that they probably tweaked it up a little bit. But they're like doing the meteor guys are doing almost no damage to the mercenary. Excuse me. While the dolls are doing an ungodly escalated amount, and it's vice versa on me. And it should, and in vanilla, it's the other way around. The fire guys do almost nothing to you, while the dolls do nothing to your mercenary. And I didn't pick anything up. Why do I have a second fucking corpse? That means I can't leave and just rely on it doing anything. Lovely. Mercenary, go down there, please. Instead of just sticking around with your thumb up your ass, go. Mercenary, any other time you'd be charging in there to be a moron. Go. For fuck's sake. And they're aggroing on me from across the entire goddamn map, too. We're gonna go broke resurrecting the mercenary just for this, but I think he might have gotten a kill down there. If not, I'm gonna have to figure something out. But yeah, we have, I'm pretty sure it's 81% fire resist. Mercenary, where the... I swear your pathing is stupid. It always has been, though. Go on. Mercenary, just go through the damn door like you always do. Or just stand in the corner. That's exactly what I want you doing. The radius on that is ridiculous. Go. I know you can see him. He's right there. Any other time. Any other time. Any other time he'd be charging in there. But whenever I'm naked, he's like, nah. Nah, fam, you get to go in there and die. Suck a dick. Okay, come on, this way. Come on. Oh, for God's sake. Patience is a virtue, and I don't have much right now. I am not virtuous. I can go back and look at the footage and see what the range on that meteor strike was, but it hit there, and I was here. Radius is usually out only to there. So that might be part of what's doing it, is they're just hitting me with, like, all the radiuses. What did I accidentally pick up? Nothing. It was just a spare body. Sweet. Yeah, I'm just seeing if we can. Go get him. That's a smart play. I never said I was smart. Mercenary, what are you doing? You're not even, like, tethering properly now. Yeah, I think the radius on the meteors is not equal to what is visually indicated. That's the feel I'm getting from it. So I'll need to keep that in mind. I would not be surprised if there's other skills that are having that issue. But hey, we got our body back and I don't have to fight through everything again. The big downside of leaving and re-entering is I'd have to fight through the Travincle again. In case you're wondering why I'm mildly hesitant, mercenary, for the God's sake. Come on, this way. Follow me. Because I don't have the waypoint down here yet. That's why I didn't just go down. It doesn't seem to happen whenever it's just like one or two of them, so... I'll need to, like, do the math, but yeah, we're at 71%, not 81% still. And yeah, he is 100% taking damage from them exploding. So they somehow fixed the annoying bug. Well, actually, not the annoying bug, the useful bug, and introduced another one. No, I was using a town portal. We had dropped one down just so we had an easy way back to the stairs. But now we just have, I think we have a safety portal up right now. But still, even if I did leave and re-enter, I'd have to fight through the Travincal of Doom. Which sucks. We didn't actually get that hurt in that. I just don't want to go all the way through that again. It's very strange. I'm so used to actually using the mercenary as a shield against those little doll things that it feels very strange to actually be trying to get him away from them. Can you not just stand in the fire, you moron? Okay, so there's basically, I want to say 2 spots it could be. Here, because this could be like a dead end, and it could actually be in there. Or it's going to be down here to the bottom left. We're going to go bottom left first. They're casting random curses. It just happened to be weakness like 95 times. Because we just had lower resist on us for a minute. For a moment, not a minute. I'm hoping it's just right here. Yes, thank God. I think we are good to drop... we don't have much to drop off. We got our XP back up, though. We're getting up there in even low mid rooms. Which feels good. Okay, next one up. Back into the Durance. Not exactly where I wanted it, but it should be an easy enough walk back. Out of mana. It'll build back up soon enough. Ooh, a Talrune. I'm glad I randomly opened some chests. It's ooh, piece of candy. And we'll go ahead and consume an MP5. New portal there. Now for something that might actually wreck our crap. Ta-da! One group down. Yeah, what I'm afraid of up here... Oh, there's an enemy group in here. Mercenary's gonna die to this. I might die to this. Mercenary's oddly enough surviving. Oh, nope, there he goes. I kick you in the teeth, you'll start running away. Each of us used one. Okay, so we've got an ethereal man catcher there. Not socketed, but I could throw sockets on it. Yeah. When in doubt, kick him in the teeth. Okay. Goodness gracious. Yeah, because Mephisto needs might on him. Oh, fuck you, Voidbringer. I saw that. He just healed up half of Meph's life. Oh, goodness gracious. Now I'm missing every shot, but that's fine. Just feeding Mephisto life there? That's a no, sir. Don't you be healing his ass. Oh, goodness gracious. Battle boots, yes. Light belt, yes. Lich wand, yes. These can just stay. Yeah, the Crescent Moon from... Static from Crescent Moon is priceless. Taking our taxes. Take the War Staff, yes. You know,
I am overburdened.
no, we're fine with that. We made it. This is where things are going to start to get a little bit tough. I say after we died in Act 3, sadly. Mercenary. Resurrect, thank you.
The time. Hello.
Identify my garbage. Vampire's Crusade. That is... I think we already got one of those, didn't we? I think it is... Where are you hiding there? Nope, that's not it. Is it over here? Nope. Could have sworn we had it on us. There it is, Vampire Crusade. That's our second one of those. Better mana regen on this one. Better resistance on the other one. As far as the rest of this junk, Rothas we actually keep. Boots are not terrible. They're not great. Hopefully Mercenary holds up a little better here. As we get 200,000 gold. And only spend 2,000 on repairs, because we are smart and we have a phase blade. We've got a phase blade collection is what we've got. We've got a lightsaber and both the set phase blades on us. Only one we're missing is an Alzorath. I will dump you there. Because we still have, I think, 400k to mess with. More than enough. Keep him alive, at least. Let's see what we've got out here. Chain lightning with those guys is just cruel, by the way, because they'll keep bouncing back and forth. Whenever they're that far apart, there's enough of a time delay between them that they can be targeted again. Now I think Act 5 is the only one that even remotely stands to threaten us. Why did it not register that I was clicking for a second there? That was unnerving. That was actually very unnerving. Yeah, that's a wall, bud. He was very angry at that wall. Nope. Amp damage sucks. Especially whenever we're not killing that fast. Oh, that's because I don't have fanaticism up. There we go. That speeds us up a little bit. We just got a low rune. I think we have a 5-socket. Can you use charge in town? I don't know. I need to go back to town anyway so we can check. I don't think we'll be able to. But since it's single player, they might have allowed it. Yes, you can. You indeed can. Movement tech in town. Always nice. So I don't know if I have everything I need for Brief. But we do now have a low rune. I think I have a 5-socket somewhere. We're gonna check. That would be a life changer. That would take this from struggle to destruction. Yeah, it's not something that you think of using very often because it doesn't really help that much, especially with how much mana it costs. But yeah, we do not have a 5-socket phase blade in here. But yeah, let's check. Yes, I'm gonna have 3 2s. Like our Bobs in the city game. And yeah, sorting this stuff usually is going to be happening on Mondays. We're not going to get it sorted for this character.
Good day.
As far as space goes, we could just throw it in there. It's not going to hurt anything, I don't think. Just don't want to put anything that's irreplaceable in there. Warlord's Pike will just...
Good day.
Yeah, let's go see if we have a 5-socket phase blade. It would either be on MISC 1, 2, or to be sorted 1. I know we have a 6-socket. Right there. 4-socket crystal. This is another 4-socket crystal. Got a 5-socket man catcher. We could... Grief doesn't work in those. I think it's only swords and axes. Unless they changed it. If we don't have a 5-socket one, it's fine. I just kind of hope we do. The 4-socket. We have a superior phase blade. We could gamble on it. Five magic jewels? I can do that. So we want to keep that one. Okay, I'm going to set it in here. I'm going to actually do it on our real character. See, I haven't looked up recipes like that, so I didn't know you could actually make it into exactly 5. Let me double check if there's not something else we want to try with the low rune. We're going to go... Let's do 5-socket sword. We have all the stuff for it. We don't have a sir. I don't think we do. No, we do have a sir. We could do an oh, we don't have a freaking bear. Like, we could try an eternity, but that's better for, like, something else. Destruction is not that good. Yeah, I do think that grief might be the go-to. Because it is broken. Broken strong. We're only going to get one roll on this, by the way. Okay. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. White items and magic items use magic jewels, rares and set use rare jewels, and uniques use unique jewels to socket punch. Oh, I haven't seen any unique jewels yet. They haven't dropped for me. I probably need to do a magic find build for that reason. I mean, we can pull them out if we mess up, but it's going to be F tier low Malral. And that is grief. The plus damage on it's good. The increased attack speed's kind of ass. But oh, feels slightly dirty making that. I know I shouldn't because it's just whatever, but gonna be the same speed as that. You can cube up jewels for higher rarities, 9 magic cube into 1 rare, 9 rare cube into 1 unique. Okay. Oh, okay, that actually makes things easier. And yes, our display damage is going to be wrong now. Because unless they changed the plus damage on this to be something else. Yeah, to get unique jewels, you want to be going against things that have, like, trash drops, ghosts, stuff like that. So farming them can be a little bit of a pain. Hello, Grief. Oh, and we got an Omb rune. I would have laughed if it was a low rune right off the bat. That would have been hilarious. Who wants to take bets on Gloams? Anyone want to bet on Gloams? It's Gloams. See, that worked. He 100% expected to be a low rune. That would have been it for me.
How can one who was once so holy fall so far from life?
Oh, wow. His kill radius is a lot bigger than I remember it being. Actually, we don't have Gloams. Thank you, game, for not being a complete dick to me. Yeah, early Iswal is great. I still need to be a little bit careful. We're not in, like, GG gear, but Grief does just take it from being, okay, we're going to have to be a little careful to, okay, this is going to be like a normal melee playthrough. Especially since we have that big crushing blow on our shield. And decent elemental support damage. And yes, we will identify all of these. Although now it's kind of pointless because we can actually punch 4 sockets in it. Wait. Oh yeah, it is a massive boost in kill speed. It doesn't list it on our damage here, but it is a lot more physical damage. So it's not only a boost in our kill speed, it is a boost in our mana leech and life leech, so we can survive a lot more. We will probably be able to toe-to-toe Diablo. Oblivion Knights might be a problem. That's probably the only thing that I'm really worried about in there. I think our fire resist is going to be fine enough. I didn't actually test to see how damaging the Balrog Infernos were on this mod. Socket orbs come in handy once you pile those up later. Yeah. We've used one. We used it on our helmet. I haven't put a second thing in that slot yet, but we might. You can just re-roll with another socket orb until you get the number of sockets you want. I got 2. I'm fine with that in the helmet. I thought it was just going to give me 1, so... Extra is fine. Speaking of extra being fine, I actually... After we get the City of the Damned waypoint, I will BRB for like 5-10 minutes while I make a thumbnail for something. Mainly use them on sets and unique, so you don't have to use the unique jewels. Yeah. Does Larzik still only give 1 to him, or does he roll like a socket one? Well, that's a glitch. Welcome to the void. And that's all the people. I can't get grief on a... Yes, you can. Low runes are actually really hard to get in the original game, but generally speaking, I will get one every like 4 or 5 playthroughs. Just to give a rough idea. It's not super common, but it's not impossible. This amp damage sucks. Thank you for getting it off of me, Mercenary. I appreciate it. You haven't used it in Reimagined? Let's see. Teeth Necromancer with an Insight Scythe in the malice of a dentist. 4 sockets haven't been dropping for you. I've gotten a few, but they've mostly been normal items. Generally right now what I want is more 3 socket stuff. I'll have to make a socket mule specifically. Ooh, an rune. That's always a nice find. I can always use more runes. Hello, Saigons. We still haven't completed Saigon's set in this. I shouldn't have done that with my inventory full of charms. Oh, we got it back quick enough. If you had to guess, he probably still just gives 1 socket. I can test it, probably. You have a shield and the armor so far. I think we're missing the boots. Have a good one, Zaldar. And yeah, I just looked at how long we've been streaming. Maybe I will just get the waypoint and then we will do the rest of Act 4 next time, because it's been 6 hours. Have a safe one, Zaldar, though. Which name do you prefer being called by? But stay safe and have a good day. As long as we don't get amp damage, we're fine. Sa. Backing off of that a little bit. I think their AI has changed for the Tainteds here, though. They're absolutely going more hostile. Yeah, stay safe, Zal. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Speaking of Thunder Malls, aw, it's not ethereal. 6 socket though. If I get a Zod. All hail the great Zod. I don't think that leech works on the splash part of the damage, sadly. And yes, I have chugged a few potions. Mainly because that big swarm of these guys really started to wreck my face. I say as I just run into another big pack of them. Suck it. But I do like that we can do more precise crafting in this. It makes things a little bit easier for us. Hold up. What the? I just saw someone's name pop up on my watching list that I have not seen stream in over 2 years. I thought they had, like, died or something. I'll have to go see if what they're actually streaming. I think they're streaming Ender Magnolias. Who dis, new phone? That's what it feels like. I don't even think they'd recognize me because I was only like an every now and then kind of viewer. There's our City of the Damned waypoint. Let's go back to town. It's a what the hell? Oh, they're learning a new speedrunning thing. Okay. Yeah. It's a speedrunner from like the GDQ days. They're called Poogle. Which, if you don't like that name, kiss my ass. I love the name Poogle. It reminds me of Moogle, but poodles. I like watching speedruns. Generally speaking, I like speedruns that are playing speedruns that are predictable. I loved speedrunning always, although I ended up breaking controllers from it, from just like button mashing. That needs to go into... Look for that in a minute. But we're going to go ahead and call it a stream there. Let's go ahead and see who we can send you guys off to. Oh, Gablin already ran off. I can't raid him. No! Let's see. Who else can we raid? Got somebody doing some Clair Obscure. We got someone doing Ender Magnolias. You know what? I'm going to just send you guys off in the wild. There's a lot of people on here, but none of them are doing, like, anything adjacent to this, so I'm going to go ahead and call it there. See you guys next time. Have a great day, and I'll be back tomorrow to finish off the Hell difficulty.